All right. I think we are live here. YouTube says excellent connection. I've got the right audio. All right, cool. All right, thanks for joining. I was so obviously been doing some work getting the tourney set up. And so I've been focused on that. As a result, I've got some 2v2 replays queued up, so that's what we're going to do this afternoon. Hey, news about future update skins maybe. I know, all I really know is that they are taking a look at the balance and some of the changes from the heavy armor battle group. And so I know 2.0 was received really, really well. Relic knows that there's some work still to do, but they're really invested in the game. So I would expect that we'll see an update. My guess is we'll probably see like a minor balance update in the next month or so, and then some more major, like another big tuning update in a couple of months, probably in a quarter or so. Nazar, so I have some thoughts. I'm going to try to put them together into some sort of like coherent message. I'll put that out in a little bit. But skins, I think the goal, where actually several of us are trying to get Relic to release more skins, even if it's just like a consistent color pattern. I think it'd be a really good way for people to support the company, support the game. Who doesn't like paying for pixels? So I don't have any, but bottom line, I don't have any insider knowledge. That's just kind of where we're at right now. So if you have any other questions, throw them down in the chat. I'll be here all day. All right. Oh, this one looks good. All right. I've got a couple of 2v2s. Oh, sorry. Final plug. If you guys haven't seen 2v2 tournament, 12 April is going to be the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So all day marathon cast, best of 3 2v2 tournament. Had some awesome teams sign up. I don't want to release names just yet. But please, if you're interested, sign up. Depending on the size that we get, the 2 weeks prior, we'll do some elimination or play-in rounds. I'm excited. We're going to do battle group elimination and veto so that you won't just see the same meta over and over again. So it should be super exciting. I've got a lot of support from guys like Daniel D, Rather Splendid Cromwell, Turtle War, Orange Pass, etc. So that'll be a lot of fun. Please sign up if you're interested. Nazar, the VFX, I know they're still working on it. Honestly, I love the sounds. I think the sound in the 2.0 patch is really, really good. And so the visual effects will follow. But yeah, I'm sure it's frustrating for some people because the game's been out for a couple of years. But man, we are making progress. Gameplay's in a really good spot right now. So just my opinion there. Okay, all right. So moving on to replay, I had a couple send in to me. I thought these would be fun to do here. So Barton PL. Oh man, I haven't heard that name in a while. Obviously Barton, legend in the CoH3 community. And then Fred and his buddy Olvati are going to play together here. So Olvati also heavily involved in the meta plays 1v1 scene. If you guys are familiar with that. I'm sure let me see if the yeah, so looking at elo real quick, Barton 1300 elo, same with Dell, Fred about 13, Olvati closer to 1500. So this should be a good competent game without seeing the pro player stuff. So hopefully lots of explosions. Double USF versus double Wehrmacht. And so without further ado, I'm just going to kick this one off and we'll get to it. All right, we are on Campbell's Convoy. This default map view, the like left to right, this always messes with me a little bit, but we got Fred in teal and Olvati in blue here. See a barracks going down for Olvati, a weapon support center for Fred. Fred immediately locking in heavy weapons. Lots of scouts, at least initially in the build, and then some changes. For the Wehrmacht team, we've got Barton in purple, right? And he's gone Pioneer into Grenadier. And then Dell has gone double Pio into Gren with the infantry company. He's also immediately locked in the mechanized battle group, and it looks like Olvati is going to play armored. So we see a Jeep in queue, we see rifles. This is pretty standard, I think, armored play, especially in US against Wehrmacht. The barracks is really balanced and really capable, right? You got rifles to push the Grens off. You've got mortars to deal with MG42. Barton does not have the terror battle group, so it looks like we're not going to see invisible MG42s on this one. Interesting, Olvati skipping the fuel and going straight for that center VP. Oh, but he hasn't gone for vehicle capture with the Jeep, which would explain why he's not trying to run that down. The nice thing about this is now this Jeep can drop the 1919, so he doesn't need to build the weapon support center if he doesn't want to. Yeah, Nazar, I agree with you. The V1 does look a little wonky. I know they're still working on it. I wish it would leave a bigger crater for sure with how hard it hits. But those can be some difficult effects to program. Now, this is a kind of a rough start for the Allies here. The fact that Dell is able to contest their primary fuel point. Fred kind of contesting the middle. Olvati is going to win this fuel point back. Scouts kind of challenging the Pyos. Yeah, it's like you don't want to close. Now the Pyos are going to close in. They should win this engagement, but the Jeep arrives. And actually that Vet 1 pop for the Scouts is huge because it gives them that target size reduction. Meanwhile, Fred, his 1919... struggling a little bit here. It's the irony is that it looked like they were in green cover, but now they are hard pinned. This MG42 also looks like it would be in cover, but it's not. But it wins that engagement. Grenadier forces a full retreat. Another 1919 comes out. Yeah, super weird engagement there with the MGs in cover or not in cover. And so we are seeing a very heavy tier 1 build from the double Wehrmacht team. Double Grenadiers, MG and Pio for Dell. Triple Grenadier and MG Pio for Barton. Jeep forces one of the MG42s away, and it's still early enough he doesn't totally have to worry about the Faust. But the Jeep also does take a ton of damage from the Gren, just the volley of the Car 98s. So the Allies have stabilized just a little bit in the middle here. Rifles in green cover versus Grens in green cover, but 2 rifle squads. Meanwhile, Fred leaning really hard into these MGs here. And we're going to see infantry support center from both players. Maybe this is just the USF experience right now. Rifles able to close. Actually, the Gren's shooting at the Scouts. Scouts forced to get away. MG42 forces another 1919 to retreat. Yeah, Barton's MG42 play. And I like this placement from the Grens. Fred tries to smoke off the MG42. And the Gren's able to hop into green cover before they can get suppressed by the 1919. These Grens up here lightly suppressed, although now that 2 of the models have died, they're in green cover. And Olvati doing a really good job of keeping pressure on Dell on his side. We see a Shiki mine going down. I like this placement. It's likely that Olvati saw it, but he's just now building his first engineer. So Dell is going Luftwaffe company. He's getting his first Jaeger out. Barton also going Luftwaffe company. He's going for a 2-2-1. Gren's toss a grenade at this MG. Oh, wow. Even with the damage reduction down to just a sliver of health. The other Grenadier squad not able to get a shot off, so that MG is going to get away. And this is really... oh, that's a rough retreat path from this Pioneer. But neither the captain nor the scout able to finish it off. And Barton's going to retreat all the way back and cede this ground, but he's done an excellent job of taking control of the southern part of the map here and owning all those resources. Axis ahead on VPs right now. Allies just about to get a slight cap advantage. Yeah, this 221 gonna abuse these machine guns. Even though Fred has gone weapon support center, we don't see any Zooks out. Oh, Fred, the 75 mil half track pops, and now the 221 in danger, and it stops for just a second, but pops smoke, and that's the mechanized smoke, so that ends up saving the 221 from the 75 mil. Satchel charge under the Jaegers does not pan out. Nice dodge there from Dell. And now Axis pushing on that allied fuel.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
So 3 MGs, 2 scouts, and now leaning into half tracks for Fred.
They have taken our victory point.
Oh, Captain catches an MG42 out of position. The Captain's in green cover, and now Rifle's pushing on it. I don't think the last model's got enough health left. He should be able to get away. The Jeep's going to chase. Actually, this might do it.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
Big, if the Rifles can grab it before the Grens show up, that'd be a huge pickup.
M3 half track moving to
You see, Olvati thinks about it.
captured a victory.
Gren's able to get up and pick up that MG42. Barton is going to exchange one of his Grens for a Jaeger squad. Now we see the Flak 30 out here. I love the Flak 30 as a counter to these half tracks. And this is the problem with USF right now, is once the Axis start to get dug in and get good map control, especially the Wehrmacht units scale so well into the late game. They've gone mechanized, so you have access to the Vespa, you have access to the Panther. So there's definitely some risk here as a USF player letting... Oh no, 1919 knocked out. You almost want to wait until it gets converted into a 50 cal before you pick it up. Look at all these machine guns. Oh no. Half track, both half tracks caught in a bad spot. One gets Fausted, one hit with the Flak 30. Oh, with the engine crit. The half track, it should... probably needs to be on prioritized vehicles. Somehow Fred able to get both of his half tracks away. That is actually huge. Meanwhile, Olvati on the other side looks like he's going to pick up this Pioneer squad. No free flamethrower. But now Jaeger is moving back again onto the allied fuel.
Contact. Capture point is being
And if I had really any critique so far, it'd be that it seems like the teams are kind of playing very much in lanes. And so what you don't see kind of here on the attack map, you've got like teal fighting purple, blue fighting red. Yeah, he went ISC, so he doesn't have the improvised armor, but that might have helped. And now you see Dell sliding into the middle just a little bit. Oh, Jaegers do a lot of damage to that rifle squad. Jeep drives in, and now a Scott on the field from Olvati. So Olvati's tipping his hand that he's gone armored. The Scott, more CPs and a little bit more expensive than it was. Jaegers with Shreks actually going to do fairly well against it, but he's able to force the MG42 away. Yeah, Jaegers just tank a shot. Fortunately, the Shrek misses. And Olvati just trying to hold on to this fuel point here, really unable to do so. That Jeep also needs to be careful. The Shreks could roll up and get a free shot off on it. Oh, that grenade hurts. Rifles down to just a handful of health. So the Gren's not going to be able to punish them. Gren's now look like they're pushing the Scott for a Faust, but they get forced away. And so Fred has his half tracks fully repaired. He hasn't gone exchangeable parts yet, so we're not going to see quite yet the switch back and forth between the half tracks, but I think he's got what he needs on the field right now. Now for Dell, we're going to see the Whirlwind. And Fred, it looks like Fred is changing tactics. He's going to push through the middle here, and this is important. I think the allies really need to hold on to this fuel. Oh, that stolen 1919. It does not sound like an MG42. That stolen 1919 suppressing the scouts in the middle. A little bit of a misplaced smoke grenade there. Barrage is coming in from the 75 mils. The Jaegers move up with their Shrek to force them away. The Gren's forced to stay in cover to avoid the 1919 fire. And these overlapping 1919s. Yep, Gren's forced to retreat. Now the Flak 30 comes up. And so Fred able to force some retreats and kind of consolidate here in the middle and also allow Olvati to really set decent control of their fuel point. He's got that motor pool up. And I wonder if we're going to see Chaffies or some other bridging units into the EZ8. Dell is fully invested into Luftwaffe Company. Oh no, this Scott needs to get out of here. Very low health. Wirbelwind burns down the engineers. Focuses on the Scott. Doesn't really penetrate. AT gun takes a shot to force it away. Olvati's rifle is slowly kind of regaining control. AT gun able to move up. Yeah, Liberator surprise cast. I was able to get some stuff done. Got some time today. Fred, oh, he lost the scout squad to a mine. His other scout squad, oh, it drops the smoke and that saves it. Now here's the 50 cal. Yeah, that MG should be in green cover behind that sandbag. Instead, the 50 cal is just going to smash it. Yeah, it's a little too fresh. I'm a little worried about the haircut, but it'll be what it's going to be. The Jaegers supported by the Grens. But they don't really want that fight. They want to stop and sit on this fuel. Olvati going to invest fuel into BARs for his rifles, which will help them scale, but it's going to delay any additional tech. Fred is going for the tier 4 tank depot right now. And Barton's got a mortar out now. And Dell is getting a martyr. I think, yeah, allies have some light vehicles. A martyr in the back could be a really nice... thanks, Liberator. I like the idea of a couple martyrs in the back to handle the allied vehicles. That they just tend to be a little squishier than the Axis equivalents. Wow, the 50 cal pins so fast. And Fred is gonna dig into them even more. He's got a replacement for his lost 1919 in the build. Oh, the 75 mil half-track barrages force away the mortar team. Man, they're such great units when microed well. I really wish, like Blue brought up, I wish he had gone Mechanized Support Center for the improvised armor. I think that would have helped those half-tracks last just a little bit longer. Oh, this bazooka, yeah, I say this bazooka team's got to get away. But allies have stabilized here a little bit. And Barton going for yet another mortar. I'm a little confused. I think he's good on fuel. I would have gone with this battle group. I would have gone for the Wespa. It's a, mortar's a little bit more responsive, but later in the game, the mortar just does less and less damage. All right, so it looks like Olvati's going to make a push for this northern VP, supported by the Scott. And that looks like, no, that's just a 1919. Now, where's that AT gun? AT gun in the back. It's a hit off on the Whirlball. Jaeger's taking a bunch of chunk damage, but not really bleeding. Fred lost another 1919. Oh, wow. Barrage sets off a mine. Unfortunate for Barton. Barrages keep coming in. And full retreat here. So Fred able to kind of pivot back onto the south side. Interesting. I didn't realize improvised doesn't affect the half tracks. Wespa is still good. It's the tracking barrage is a little less oppressive, but in team games, I think the only reason we're not seeing crazy Wespa spam is because the new battle group is a little bit more exciting than mechanized. Little bit of a lull here. Barton's got his flak set up right on top of a mine. I love all these mines that have gone down, and you can see he's still got tons of munitions. There's a hole. Not too many munitions sinks. He's got a couple of Jaeger squads. A Faust comes in on one of the half tracks. And now Fred's starting to sweep up some of these mines. Gren's going to retake the north VP here. Scott moves up with some rifle support to try to assist. The Scott's got to be careful. The Gren's vetted with the extra range, Faust range. It could be really dangerous to the Scott. So now we're going to see a Sherman from Fred. And there's not a ton of hard AT on the field for Barton. He's got one Jaeger Shrek squad, the ability to upgrade another, and he's got a Brumbear on the way. And that flak, even with the damage reduction of the 1919, the 221 and the flak just doing a ton of damage. Zooks move up. Oh, couple good hits in here from the 75 mil half tracks. The flak, they keep trying to move it. Oh, decrewed. That is potentially a big pickup. Oh, Whirlwind catches a 50 cal out. 75 mil half tracks get a couple of good shots in, but it pops smoke to get away. Scott tries to pursue, but won't be able to penetrate the armor there. And so luckily that Vet 2 50 cal able to get away. Barton picks back up the flak 30. Now big Jaeger push in the middle here. That's a second flak 30. Really good against the light vehicles. Oh, Scott with the white phosphorus knocks out an MG42. Jaegers or Shreks move in to challenge the Scott. One more good hit, but actually the rifles show up, force Jaegers away, and engineers pick up that MG42. So big pickup for Olvati. Now Barton's Brumbear on the field, and he's also going support elements. So I think he's maybe thinking about Whirlwinds or Martyrs here until he can get the Panther out. Brumbear moves up. It's going to find the 75 mil half tracks. Wow. And that first shot does a ton of damage. There's an opportunity for target weak point here to stun the Brumbear. Wow. And those 75 mils having no problem penetrating the front armor. Brumbear takes a shot. Oh man, if the Brumbear goes down to the 75 mils, that would be nuts. Thank you for clarifying that, Liberator. Meanwhile, Olvati's making a lot of progress over here. Oh no. Brumbear knocks out one of the 75 mils. There's the target weak point. Oh no. The MG42 with the phosphorus rounds. The half track's stuck. Wow, fortunately the machine gun shows up. Forces the MG away, but even this flak, if it moved up, could knock out this half track right now. Meanwhile, Fred's Sherman's here in the middle trying to force away these Grenadiers. Sherman, great anti-infantry tank at this point. The MG damage is really high. It's got some decent durability, plus the smoke. Oh, still a bunch of mines over here. All that flak 30 is decrewed. I wonder if Fred's going to be able to pick that up. He's got a Hellcat now coming to replace the destroyed 75 mil. He uses the Sherman to knock over the wreck and release his damaged half track. Oh, Olvati lost a rifle squad to the Whirlwind. Oh, this half track. I don't know. This is dangerous. The Brumbear might get off a shot first. Target weak point. Oh, if this play... Oh, no. Oh, no. The half track stutters and gets knocked out by the Brumbear. And this Sherman with the engine crit, unable to support. Oh, I like the aggression on the play there. Oh, and look at this from Barton using the 221 to repair the Brumbear. I like the thought. but it just doesn't pan out for him. A second martyr now on the field for Dell. Wow, one martyr almost goes down to a rifle squad. This is the Allies don't have a ton of vehicles yet. These martyrs seem kind of like prophylactics, and now Fred making good progress against Barton and his strong point over here. There's a lot here for Barton, though. A flare from the scouts. Oh, that's a nice choice there. He's going to smoke the MG. Does have to be careful. These Jaegers will do a lot of damage to a Sherman or a Hellcat. Oh, Ovadi. That's the first Easy 8 out now. He went for the Easy 8 production. This is as good as a spot as I think the Allies are going to be in for the rest of this game in terms of power spike. Both Ver players potentially get Panthers out in the next couple of minutes. Hellcat starts working on the Brumbear, forces it away. Barton has one martyr, and it's going to move up to support the Brumbear. Almost spilled my coffee over here. Jaeger's moving in. MG's trying to finally succeed in suppressing the Jaegers. Oh, that one MG almost decrewed by the Brumbear. Hellcat changes its attention to the Whirlwind. Sherman's available. Oh man, this Whirlwind overextended. Almost knocked out. One more shot from the half track will do it. The Easy 8 kills one of the martyrs. Looks like he's going for the second, but it definitely can't outmaneuver. And the martyr with the sight main gun knocks out the Easy 8. The other Hellcat picks up the Whirlwind. Hellcat thinks about pursuing the martyr, but whiffs its shot. It really needs to back up. Hey, Curry. So interesting exchange in the middle there. I think the Allies will take it. A martyr and a Whirlwind. And really no cost on the ally of the Easy 8 for Ovadi. That is unfortunate. He's still got this Scott though. Thank you, Curry. I'll add you to the planning chat there. As soon as we're done with the cast today. I know you've set up a lot of those tournaments. Nice white phosphorus onto the MG42 here. So funny to me that it just burns down health, but none of the models die. And white phosphorus is so hot. More white phosphorus, this time from the Scott. AT gun in the back is the only real hard counter of two of these AT guns. Only hard counters that the Allies have to these martyrs. But Dell, I feel like he's basically just waiting for Panthers. Oh yeah, this bazooka squad, not the answer to the Brumbear. I'm actually surprised that they're getting the penetrations that they are. Oh, one hit and that Zook squad down to a single model, retreats. Brumbear's gonna back up now that the Hellcat and the Sherman are here. Where are those double martyrs on the flank? I love this thought, but it looks like Barton needs sight. He's gonna sight his main gun. It looks like he's focusing on the Sherman, but I wonder if he shouldn't be focusing the Hellcats down first. Damage getting spread off between vehicles. Fred with a nice smoke grenade in, and now the martyr flank. Oh, attack round through the smoke knocks out one of the Hellcats. Sherman backs out. Jaeger's moving up now to try to exploit. 50 cal rotates over. That's a good push for Barton. It looks like, if I had to guess, there's going to be a repair bunker back here for all these vehicles. Yeah, I remember Barton was the king of hour-long CoH3 games. Oh, this Scott potentially in trouble. Dell loses another Pioneer squad to some rifles. First Panther in the build for Dell, though. The Allies got to make a move now if they want to close this game out. VPs are about even, and unless they get some good trades, once Panthers start hitting the field, it's going to get extremely painful. And this is actually going to be a med bunker. Interesting for Barton. Barton would play some memes, but he was also really, really talented at playing the game. And I think his biggest talent was his ability to stay in super long games and continue without suffering the micro fatigue that you see from a lot of people. Easy 8 supporting a rifle push. Triple vet Jaegers taking some damage. Grenade on their retreat path a little behind. Easy 8 continues to push. Now the Panther arrives. Rifles in support, but it doesn't look like we're going to see a sticky bomb. Olvati, he has tech grenades, so he has that available to him. Meanwhile, Barton is dug in over here. These martyrs in place. There's a repair bunker. Black 30. But really, it looks like he's got to find a way to pivot into the middle to help take away some of the Allied map control. Man. 50 cal takes a ton of damage from the first shot from the Brumbear. Next shot comes in, and that really hurts. It's a good thing the Brumbear doesn't have a secondary machine gun, or that 50 cal would be gone. We see a flank, 2 Shermans and a Hellcat. The Jaegers with the Shreks in perfect position to do a lot of damage and don't suffer much for it. Oh no, the Sherman doing some silly pathing things. Throw that smoke. Oh, the Shreks annihilate the Sherman. Martyr's not even necessary. The Zook squad gets a couple of shots off on the Brumbear and then eats around for trouble. And we see Dell trying to push. He's actually going to grab up the middle and making a big push on the north side here. Now these AT guns, the Panther bounces the first couple shots that come in. Oh, but now some solid penetrations. Oh, and then mark vehicle from the captain. Panther annihilated. Where is that turret going? Holy cow. Easy 8 barely going to get away from the Jaeger Shreks. Dell actually has a really nice flank on here. If the Jaegers push up, he has a chance to maybe catch that Easy 8 out. But instead he's going to focus on the middle. Stoss troop enforced off by a series of riflemen in the Scott. I think that's probably the biggest thing that the Axis are missing right now is the Wespa. Oh my gosh, Fred. 900 manpower and 100 fuel? What are you doing? Oh, he's saving for the... He's got to be saving for the Pershing. Yeah, he's 1 CP away. All right, never mind. Complaint rescinded. Allies going to retake the center here. Yeah, and I hate to say, guys, we might have another half hour left in this game. Barton very content to hold this southern VP, and now you see the mortars, the martyrs starting to creep in. The radio antenna 221 providing some sight line on the Allied team weapons. Now you see mortar barrages coming in on these MGs. The Brumbear is going to make a push here. So yeah, Barton trying to kind of squeeze in on the side. Martyr's just a little bit too far back. I see he's trying to bait in these Allied vehicles with the Brumbear. A wrecker out now for Olvati. My second favorite unit. I really hope he's able to steal some of these Axis vehicles. Bazooka's getting a surprising number of penetrations on the Brumbear. Another Panther in the build for Dell. Barton's got to be able to build the Panther here in a minute. Anyway, he's got the fuel just waiting on the manpower. Olvati using MG to cap up top. Jaegers with Stoss trying to flank. The Stoss, they don't have the Vet 1 break suppression ability yet, but they are on the flank of the machine gun, and so this fight's going to be over very, very quickly. I don't know where those Shreks were aimed at, but that was terrible. But the rifle fires plenty. MG immediately forced away. Brumbear supported by flak 30s, whittling away at those scouts. And now, here comes a Hellcat. Martyrs see it. Big volley off. But they're not going to be able to finish it off. It's a shame for Barton. He had a really nice setup there, just a little bit far back, I think. Olvati going for advanced logistics now. He has had more manpower bleed than some of the other players. Fred floating a ton of manpower. Oh no, the Scott goes down to it looks like a series of, oh, the Martyr plus a couple of Panzerschrecks. Jaeger's able to get away. Red phosphorus grenade comes in from the Stoss trooping onto the rifles. Yeah, and I'm just worried about the Allies' ability to deal. Now, the Pershing is on the field, which is awesome. But up top, you've got Panther, Martyr, and then some of these Axis infantry. And I feel like they might be able to just start to steamroll, especially when the Stoss trooping get going. Barton trading on another squad of Grenadiers for Jaegers. Here's the Wrecker repairing the Easy 8. Now, Dell's got to see this. They got to start knocking out these wrecks. Oh, Pershing. Nice combined push over here. This Panther is 100% done. Big hit. One more shot and it's dead. Pershing's gonna find it. Panther knocked out. Pershing hits Vet 1. AT gun, Easy 8. Pershing gang up on the Martyr and knock it out. That's a big swing on the north side. Dell is now out of vehicles. Oh, don't ruin the Pershing or the Panther carcass. You could pick it up at the Wrecker. Oh man, Martyrs from downtown knock out the Hellcat while Fred is busy microing his Pershing on the opposite side of the map. Jaegers try to smoke off this Vet 3 50 cal. Yeah, this is a pretty evil combination here. The Brumbear supported by a couple of Martyrs. And then with the 221 for map hacks. Oh, Brumbear exposing its side armor to these bazookas. Takes a bunch of hits. Even with the side skirts, they're doing some decent damage. Now Olvati going for the survivability training. So he's really focused on helping his infantry scale. I think with that Wrecker, I'd be looking for other vehicles, pick up that Martyr. That would be really helpful in dealing with the Panthers as well. Another Panther hits the field. So really endgame build here for Dell and Barton. We're going to see Martyrs and Panthers. Yeah, even the Pershing takes a lot of damage from those Martyrs. But crazy, the Pershing vets up so fast. It's already at Vet 2. Easy 8 doing a lot of chunk damage to these Jaegers. Now Barton pushing into the center here. So Axis trying to take the VP lead. And two of these 50 cals at Vet 3. Jaeger's pinned here in the middle. Yeah, they're not getting up anytime soon. Well, Martyr's taking pot shots at the Sherman. While Brumbear bounces the Sherman's main gun round. This is the other potential benefit. If Fred had gone Mechanized Support Center, he could have started to upgun his Shermans to go along with the Pershing. Oh man, 1919 annihilated by the Brumbear. Another 1919 on the opposite side knocked out by a bunch of Axis infantry. Pershing, oh, just barely whiffs on the Vet 3 Gren squad. Rumbear taking some damage, but the Sherman's got to be careful. It's been taking a lot of chunk shots from the Martyr. I don't know if it was attack round. Certainly Barton's got the micro for it, but it just looked like it was in the perfect spot on the retreat, so you're probably right. Pershing still trying to kill the Jaegers, this Vet 3 Jaeger squad. One more shot. Instead, he's going to attack ground through smoke to hit the Panther, and that Jaeger squad is going to get away. Oh man, I love this combo. Scouts spotting for the 50 cal. Jaeger's pinned, so they can't hold the middle VP. Ovadi's going to cap the north. And now we see a Wespa out for Dell, finally. 36 minutes in for the Ver players to use one of their best units. Is that a Captain Mortar Barrage? Barton, this defensive line here is savage, and I don't know, maybe the Black Dragon Barrage, but even then would just kind of force them back. The Pershing is such a great unit, but the 3-inch AT gun with its ability to conduct a barrage, that would have also been really, really helpful. The bolstered team weapons getting some extra buffs when they're at full strength. Rumbear at Vet 3 taking quite a bit of damage between the Hellcat, the Zook, and the Pershing. The Pershing moves up, it takes the bait, but no sight of it yet for the Martyrs. So no shot's going to come in. Olvadi trying to make a push here on the flank of these Easy 8s. Dell's infantry blob on them. The Panther, yeah, I agree with the decision to not go for a big Panther push there. One Panther not going to beat two Easy 8s, and now this infantry force just going to bleed a lot. Here comes the push on the flank. Panther supported by Jaegers, and the Martyrs from downtown doing quite a bit of damage. Both Easy 8s need to back up. This is one of those situations where you'd almost want this Easy 8 to keep backing up, this one to stay up front to make sure that the higher health vehicle gets targeted, not the low health vehicle. Oh, rifles, looks like they're going to get away by the skin of their teeth. Pershing in support, continuing to whittle away at the Jaegers. Oh man, these Martyrs. Scouts, I love that. The smoke drop on retreat to put up a smoke screen in front of the Pershing for repairs. Hellcat and Pershing move up again, but the Martyrs, this is bad. But that smoke's still saving the Pershing from shots from the Martyrs. Oh, now we see, I think that's zeroing already coming in on the engineers and the wrecker. Oh, the engineers haven't moved. And it looks like the whole area is going to be cleared. So Fred continues to push out Hellcats here to complement the Pershing. Honestly, I think the answer instead is probably Shermans or a bulldozer, because you've got all these team weapons and Jaegers or Shreks you need to deal with. The Pershing and then the Easy 8s and the AT guns from Olvadi are more than enough to deal with the Panther and the Martyrs. Grenade from Grenadiers comes in on the 50 cal. There's too much damage reduction there. Oh, mortar round does some damage on retreat, but yeah, the Grenadier stick grenade is just kind of a waste against a Vet 3 50 cal with damage reduction. Oh, big hit onto the Jaegers. Sherman, man, you're just feeding veterans to these Martyrs. Fred loses his captain. Oh, this Sherman done, knocked out by the Panzerschreck. Pershing comes up to try to help. You don't want to, yeah, you don't want to leave the Pershing where it's going to continue to get whittled away at by the Martyrs. Yeah, where is this? The Wespa got knocked out all the way back here. Was that an Easy 8 push to get the Wespa? That's the only thing that makes sense. But that they got it all the way back there. Olvati, yeah, this rifle blob gonna bleed a ton to the Brumbear. Immediate ton of damage comes in. Fred has a bulldozer in the build now. Oh, that rifle squad in serious danger of going down. We're gonna get away with 0 HP. This Vet 3 Brumbear. Oh, my buddy Aries is saying, oh, rifle squad knocked out. My buddy Aries was saying the other day, this is how the KT should feel. A high vet Brumbear, and I'm inclined to agree. Another easy 8 in the build. Martyr's trying to knock out the decrewed AT gun. This does not look good for Olvati and Fred. Big push coming in here together. It looks like they're going to try to beat up on Dell a little bit. One more shot. Panther knocked out. Kettenkrad spotted. Wow. Kettenkrad just chunks a main gun round from the Pershing, but not 3 more rounds. So Kettenkrad knocked out. Dell kind of on the back foot here. His infantry in retreat. Easy 8 doing a lot of damage. The Vet 350 cal finally cleared. Martyrs on the flank. Oh no, this Easy 8 could go down. It does. Pershing, for whatever reason, focusing on the Jaegers. Another Easy 8 comes in on the flank of the Martyrs. It spins around. Now the Martyrs is trying to track. Big hit from the Pershing. Black 30 buttons and then finishes the Easy 8, but the second Martyr, Vet 3 Martyr, knocked out by the Pershing. Nice play to just drive around those Martyrs, make them spin in place. Black 30, 1 decrewed. Now the rifles come in, trying to suppress, unable to do so. Both flaks decrewed. Now the only thing the Axis have left on the field is this Vet 3 Brumbear. Allies kind of reeling, having to do a lot of repairs. Captain marks the Brumbear for easier penetration. Lots of Martyrs in the build now, but there's too much infantry on the field. Oh no, one more hit. And the bazookas penetrate. The Vet 3 Brumbear goes down. Oh no. So just like that, the Allies totally flip the army composition battle. Now Easy 8's rolling. MG decrewed. Mortars on retreat. Another Martyr on its way back out. But I don't think a single Martyr is going to be enough at this point. And you see, the Allies just really need to consolidate on VPs at this point. They're grabbing the center. Man, that Vet 3 Pershing. That thing is a beast. We see Wrecker healing up another Hellcat. There's Easy 8s on the another Easy 8 on the field if they wanted to recover that, as well as the Brumbear. Man, as soon as I see a Wrecker or I see armored or for the DAC, it looks like they're going for the Wrecker. Yeah, that turnaround happens super fast. I think you immediately got to start knocking out vehicle wrecks. Oh man, Easy 8's taking a ton of damage from the Martyr supported by Shreks. The Luftwaffe company is such a strong build. But now 5 Martyrs on the field and a Brumbear. Just without all the veterancy. But the question is, how do you crack this nut without the artillery? I think you need to think about a Wespa. Barton doesn't have the cap for it, but Dell does. Three Hellcats. I don't know. They're going hunting somewhere. We see smoke from the Jaegers as they try to move in and grab this center VP. The Hellcat's on the flank here, and I like the thought process. Wait till the Martyrs are set up facing the wrong way. Pershing challenging the blob in the middle. I'm just waiting for this move here. There's one. Hellcats go. Hellcats activate. Big flank. One Martyr goes down. Now forced to stop focusing on the Pershing. Hellcats annihilate the second Martyr. And so Barton's got his side under control with the 3 Martyrs here, taking fire from some AT guns. Looks like the Hellcats are thinking about pursuing. For whatever reason, the Grens haven't thrown a Faust yet. Oh, Hellcat whiffs a shot. One Hellcat traded for one Martyr. Oh, this one Martyr in the back is so weak. Another Hellcat goes down. Fred's just going to queue up 2 more in the build. So Barton's going to get away. Dell's going to continue to build Martyrs. And actually, Dell is going to grab the center VP here. Man, Fred just is spending all of his time repairing now. Olvadi's rifles come in. They stop the cap in the center. Because that's what we need. We need this game to go another 10 minutes. Nitty, nice to see you, man. Yeah, I love that flank play from the Hellcats. I think he just needed to be a little bit more aggressive to spin the Martyrs on their spot. Oh, these Vet 3 Jaegers taking rounds from the a couple of Easy 8s and the Pershing. That poor Jaeger squad gone. Vet 3 Martyr knocked out. These Easy 8s. Oh, one knocked out by the Martyr. But this Easy 8. Yep, Pershing gets one. Easy 8 gets the other. All the Axis vehicles knocked out. We see more Axis infantry coming. And this Easy 8, oh, smokes the 221 now as well. And looks like the Axis gonna surrender this. Wow. Yeah, that was a game. 47 minutes. So, Mark Rom, an average 2v2, like an even match is sometime between 30 and 40 minutes. Obviously, like, it depends on a lot on the map. So, some of the maps, when they have the VPs kind of in a line, what you see is they tend to be shorter games because it's easier to get a triple cap. When you have, think about like Torrente, when it's a 2 VPs on one side of the map and 1 VP kind of in the center offset, those matches typically take longer because the odds, every team will normally at least have 1 VP that they own. So the odds of getting a triple cap are much smaller. Yeah, I mean, look at the damage here. The vehicles killed, vehicles lost. Those Martyrs are super, super strong when they're used well, but they can get turned out of position. Olvadi, that was just your just casted you here, bud. Let's do go out at site. Okay. Discord. Yeah, something about, do you still have time remaining? My German is terrible. Okay. Aston, imagine turning around when your tank is nearly dead. I'm confused. I'm confused by what you mean there. But yeah. This was a if you come back, I'm gonna grab another cup of coffee. I've got another, I'm sure it's another long 2v2 here. So I'm gonna bounce out for just a second, gents, and grab a cup of coffee, and then I'll queue up the next 2v2. So we will be right back. Okay. Yeah. All right. So Ascent, yeah, and it's something, it can be difficult to micro because most guys will have their vehicles in the same control group. And so you can use the kind of the tab to cycle through the vehicles in the control group to move them, or you can try to click, but the sequence is pretty quick, right? So you got two vehicles, you're backing them up, you know, like you choose the high health vehicle, hit W to make it stop, then click the low health vehicle, hit R, and then click again to back it up, and then back to the high health vehicle because you don't want it to continue to get whittled down. And then some of the vehicles, like, you know, the Chaffee now has the smoke shot. So when you fire it, it'll continue its movement commands, but other units like the Humber, it doesn't when you want to drop smoke. The Sherman, I think it fires it quickly, but it will still stop to fire the smoke, and sometimes you don't necessarily want that. So the micro is a little tricky, which is why we watch these guys play, because they're very, very good. Yep. So the other thing I wanted to talk about real quick, because normally when I do a cast, right, I do kind of like a full build order review. I really kind of had 2 points. So Axis players both ran a very similar build, and you see this quite a bit, almost regardless of battle group, right? So heavy tier 1 play into tier 2 the Luftwaffe company, Black 30, 221, a couple of Jaegers, support elements, Wirbelwind, and Martyrs. And then you rely on whatever your late game availability is. Barton deviated from that slightly to get the Brumbear, and it really worked for him. I think, so looking at how the game played out for Dell, he's up against a lot of rifles versus a lot of team weapons. So for Barton, up against MGs and a Zook squad, that Brumbear makes a lot of sense. It's more or less impervious to the Zooks. It actually dealt fairly well with the 75mm half track. So him kind of swapping over, and I can pull this up here. Let's see. So for Barton, like his build makes sense, Brumbear, and then into Martyrs for the late game. Potentially a Panther later with the mechanized battle group. For Dell, I think he needed a second Wirbelwind. That would kind of be my assessment. Is he's dealing with a lot of rifles. He had a couple of Martyrs kind of sitting there. A Wespa earlier would have been nice, and that could have helped deal with some of the AT guns, but a second Wirbel would really just burn down those riflemen. And now those two Wirbels you can move around. And then if instead of pushing high up on the north side where he's fighting by himself, if he fights through the center and allows Barton with his massive Martyrs to be his AT, those Wirbels can do a ton of damage until he gets his own Panthers out. And then it's just a matter of keeping those late game tanks alive so they can scale. But I think that was the biggest thing it felt like the Axis needed in the late game to close it out was the artillery. Naval warfare is not really going to do it against all that armor, but the Wespa, especially as it vets up with the tracking barrages, can start to get really, really nasty, and it hits hard enough that it can start to delete those 1919s. So Barton, I like the idea of having the two mortars. His micro is obviously on point. I think if he had gone for a Wespa or two instead, it would have been perfect way to deal with those machine guns. Blender says it just stops accelerating, so if you have momentum, it's good. That is awesome. Thank you for clarifying that. So the Sherman, when it fires its smoke, it just stops accelerating, but it doesn't stop moving. So if you have it moving backwards, you tell it to fire smoke, it'll continue its movement. Yeah, I love that ability. I love that they added it. The Humber drives me crazy just a little bit sometimes because it stops to shoot the smoke. But if it didn't, I don't think a Humber would ever die. So that is fair. All right, I'll queue up the next one here. I know it's St. Patrick's Day and I should be celebrating with a beer, but it is still early, so I'm still drinking coffee. All right. So, fortunately, we have fully mixed teams here. So even though I can't read the Chinese characters, the Brit is going to be Q Hunter. I don't need to be able to read the Chinese characters. Coffee with Baileys. That is delicious, but I don't have Baileys. But I like where your head's at. I do. All right. Get one more sip of this. I have no idea how long this one's going to go, but we are on Elst Outskirts. This is a classic 2v2 map, and I'll talk about it a little bit as we kind of get rolling. All right, so we have the DAC player in teal, and I apologize, I'm not cultured enough to be able to read all of this. We've got the Wehrmacht player in blue. DAC immediately locking in Bersaglieri or tying combined arms, getting Bersaglieri out. Then we have the American player in red going barracks, just a scout squad for now. And then Q Hunter, the Brit player in purple. So this map, it does play quite wide. And so what I've seen really successful teams do is focus on a singular fuel. Normally kind of the south side focuses on this fuel and the north side focuses on this fuel, and then fight through the middle and harass the opposite fuel. If you try to own both fuels, you can end up getting split up by your opponent, and then you're fighting side by side 1v1s, and that's where you end up potentially getting 2v1'd and having the game kind of flip on you from like a tactical or an army composition sense. So Q Hunter, double sapper into infantry section. That's a very strong, like Brit infantry right now are very strong, especially with the Canadian shock battle group. Red here has gone advanced infantry. He's got 1 scout, 2 rifles. And then teal here, Bersaglieri has a Krodschützen he's using to help kind of cap up this west side. Pioneers, a second squad of Bersaglieri. And their passive sprint is really, really nice on a wide map like this. And then blue going double Pio, double Gren. So the other thing I've noticed recently about advanced infantry, whenever I see it, not at the pro level, but at the I know how to play the game, but I still make mistakes level, I've noticed that people usually invest pretty heavily into the infantry. They go ISC, they go advanced logistics, survivability, and they rely heavily on the Rangers. The KDs are normally atrocious. I'm talking like, you know, 30 kills for 140 deaths, something like that, which is wild to me because you would think advanced infantry, the infantry would perform better. So it is weird that Rangers kind of devolve into human wave tactics, but I wonder if we're going to see an update to the Rangers or if we'll see advanced infantry in the upcoming 2v2 showdown. Red is teching grenades. He's got 3 rifles out now. Normally, if you see people going aggressively into Rangers, they don't necessarily go grenades because the Rangers get them outright. But this might be kind of an early response to some of the challenges here. Big fight here through the middle. Rifles trying to hold their ground. I like the Krodschützen in the back here to try to pick up some veterancy, eventually get that tracer fire. But the Allies push successful, spearheaded by these British sappers. Man, they are just... they're so strong when they get in close. And the Axis players, wow, Bersaglieri taking a lot of damage. Now Vet 1 pops on the Krodschützen, so forces away the sappers. Okay, so Manuel asks, of the 3 base battle groups for ESF, what are the most effective, easiest to learn for 1v1? I think probably the most forgiving is Armored, because it allows you to play kind of how you want. You can play with half tracks, you can play with rifles, you can play with motor pool. It actually rewards you for playing with the motor pool. And then at the end of the game, you can call in the Easy 8 and you get buffs for your vehicles, whether it's field repairs, or the war machine, or seek and destroy. So that's probably the easiest one to learn. Oh wow. Sappers doing a lot of damage, but the infantry section forced away. DAC player already going for healing. But Manuel, I think that is the easiest to learn. Airborne is also very strong, but you play it differently than you play like the USF base faction, which is why I'd recommend armored. Airborne can be really powerful if you go weapon support center and pathfinders into paras and use paras instead of rifles. All right, so we are going to see shocks from Q Hunter. So 2 infantry sections and then a shock section. I can't wait to see what he does with these shock troopers. I think shocks are really strong tanky infantry right now with a lot of utility, but they're not a unit that you want to spam. The reinforcement cost is high, and their anti-infantry performance by itself is not that high. Red doing a good job, and actually the allies have taken over both +10 fuels here. A little bit room for the Axis to kind of push through the center. Oh, MG42, immediate suppression on those rifles and does a lot of damage. And all of Red's infantry forced off. Yeah, this is a scenario where the shock troops actually not going to fare all that well, and so they retreat. So allies on a full retreat. You see Teal here, the DAC player, going for fire support elements. I expect we'll see a flak filling. That is one of the best ways to deal with the current allied meta, the flood of infantry, especially on the Brit side. If you can use the flak filling to suppress, you can also sometimes. Manuel, did my response make sense? This healing on decapping is nuts. Especially because the healing continues in combat. I don't love that from a balance point of view, but it kind of is what it is at this point. 3 Bursas, and now the first half-track deployment, Panzerjägers. So infantry section bleeds quite a bit, forced away. Broadschützen still capping. Panzerjägers, I suppose if you're playing up against a Brit player, you're worried about that early Humber, and the Panzerjäger half-track is a great counter to a fast Humber. U-Hunter has gone for the platoon command post, and now Teal going to be able to get on the Allied cutoff. Although here comes Red's rifle push. Oh, supported by shocks and sappers, so I like this from the allies, right? This big push here together through the middle to ensure they hold on to their cutoff and their fuel. That's smart play. I worry about the ability of the Bersaglieri to scale with the Brit infantry, especially the shock troopers and the rifles that are coming. Looks like Blue has locked in breakthrough with the MP40 package on these Grens. Oh, the shock troopers are in trouble here, even with the healing. Which, the healing shuts off when they retreat. And it does not apply to your teammates' units. Oh, BAR is popped for the rifles. The Ranger conversion is available, but we've seen so much investment into the performance of the rifles, I wonder if he's really going to push for heavy Ranger play here. We're going to see Panzer Grenadiers from Blue. It's an interesting choice when paired with Breakthrough. Normally with Breakthrough these days, what you see is Luftwaffe Company, support elements, Whirlwinds and Martyrs, and then into the Tiger to finish the game. Oh, this Brit already coming in has the potential, even with the improved response time, Teal able to totally dodge it here. And this section is going to bleed a ton. Bersaglieri going to push. Now the Stuart arrives. Stuart doesn't really have to worry about the Bersaglieri, but does have to worry about the Panzerjäger track. And I think Teal is content to take all these resources on the west side. Oh, bundle grenade on the retreat path. Oh man, entire rifle squad goes down to a very, very well placed grenade from Blue. Another rifle squad picks up the spare BAR, but Pigren's on the retreat path. Rifles take a bunch of damage, but don't drop any more models. We actually haven't seen any of the infantry support center upgrades yet from Red. He is countercapping on the east side, so fuel control is going to remain relatively constant here. Flag filling finally on the way out from Teal. Now Red going advanced logistics. Oh, this captain is in trouble. Not able to finish the decap. Panzer Grenadiers don't focus on the captain though. Oh, this big Brit infantry push here from Q Hunter. Still nothing to really deal with this Panzerjäger half-track. Stuart is on the flank. No upgrades chosen for the Stuart yet either. I would want to say you want to see like the command Stuart to buff your infantry. This flag filling for some reason was on hold fire. Now the Bersaglier upgraded with Bredas. Their DPS going way higher. Artillery barrage coming in from the Brit Recce section, but effectively dodged. Stuart taking some damage from the flak filling. Does have to worry about... Oh, Panzer Pioneers knocked out. But the Brits force completely off this western side. Yeah, oh, so he's going for the survival package on the Stuart rather than the command Stuart. The 2v2 tournament signups close this weekend. The final round of the tournament will be an all-day cast on 12 April. And we will have up to 2 preliminary rounds in the weeks prior based on how many teams sign up to allow some teams to do a play-in, essentially. But 12 April is the important date. Thanks for asking, Mark. And then Kratschitz eats around from the Stuart, but is going to be able to get away. Panzerjägers move up to support. So I like this from Red because even when his opponent gets pushed off on their fuel on the west side, he's able to kind of recapture the fuel on the east side. I'm still a little bit confused about his decision to tech BARs. I like that he went weapon support center. He's got a Zook squad out. He could potentially go improve rockets for the Zooks if he does go Rangers. And he's going survival training now too, so these American infantry are going to get even hardier. So I am hosting this tournament myself. Relic is going to support the tournament, but this one is primarily me and my friends putting this one on. I guess Relic needs a little bit more lead time normally to do full-on sponsorship, but we hope this is going to be the first one in a series. So the big push here from the DAC player in Teal, and it feels, and actually a nice combined push. You see Blue's infantry coming across as well. They're going to almost certainly decrew this 6-pounder. Oh, the NPC assault coming in from Red. Try to take some pressure off. Oh no! Look at that incendiary bombing run from Blue. Just completely annihilate the NPC blob. And now the Panzerjäger is trying to knock out the 6-pounder. The Stuart moves up, but does have to respect the Gren and the Panzergrens. Momo and Havoc, I expect them to. I've been talking to Havoc, but it just depends on their availability on that particular day. Yeah, look at this push. So combined Axis push does a really good job here, but now it's a long, painful retreat path with a lot of Red's infantry on it. Fortunately, it looks like a lot of that Axis infantry are going to get away. Naval Warfare Barrage comes in. The scatter on it's kind of all over the place. Forces that mortar away. So, really interesting strategy. The Axis players trying to really shove Q off the board. And they do so, but Red does a fantastic job taking this fuel, taking the center, pushing up to the middle, and then getting on the retreat path there to do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not as decisive as you'd like from an allied perspective, but both the Axis players now have gone tier 4. Purple has his tier 4 out. Red, I think, is going to be a little bit slower because of how much he has invested into his infantry. Oh man, Flakferling buttoning this Stuart. But Panzerjäger is unable to finish the job, so the Stuart will live for another day. Blue now pushing through the center and trying to countercap the opposite fuel, but the Brits are on this one, so fuel control again going to stay steady. I think this makes these games a little bit more entertaining when you see the unit timings are not totally unbalanced one way or the other. Oh man, yeah. Flakferling, that's the advantage of the Flakferling, is anytime you run into this rifle blob, you just immediately suppress it and actually do a lot of damage on the back end. We're seeing a couple of bazooka squads out now for Red. He has not done the improved rockets just yet, but I expect that's coming soon. Q Hunter, looks like we're going to see a Matilda. I like that choice. Oh, is that the 3-inch mortar attachment? It's a nice idea. And then the Gamma Bomb. Good dodge from Teal there to go forward. To that Gamma Bomb does a ton more damage than the VFX would lead you to believe. Wow, really kind of wonky retreat path for that section. And they take a lot of additional damage on the back end. Man, and Purple has lost a sapper. Really just kind of been abused by both the Axis players working together, which is ideal. Like, that's good 2v2 play. Try to set up 2-on-1s, get a couple of wipes, bleed your opponent, and force them into positions that they don't really want to play in. Oh man, a couple more big hits. Now P4 on the field. 1919 cleared by the Panzer Grenadiers, probably a bundle grenade. Red teching the demolitions package for the big mines, which I really like. Rifles a little slow to pursue here, this machine gun. The NPC blob here coming through. Burstilieri going to throw a bunch of grenades. Burstilieri grenades don't have a model damage cap, so they're just going to farm some veterancy. Couple rockets get through to hit the Flakferling. Now artillery coming in from the recce section. And I like Red's use of the NPC assault, using it to kind of apply pressure in parallel to what his other units are doing. Oh no, the flamethrowers on this MG. Where's the naval? Naval kind of coming in again in a weird spot. MG able to get away. Allies with some good capping here. They're on both fuels now. See the Matilda supporting the shock troopers on this fuel point. There is a P4 here from Blue. In a good spot to, reasonably good spot to counter Red's infantry heavy build. I think I'd also really like to see a Brumbear at this point. Alright. Teal, the DAC player, going for Panzer IIIs. These Grenadiers. This scout squad needs to be careful, though. Smoke drop. And actually, the captain marks the vehicle. Hey, Curry, welcome back. Now, big Zook blob coming in on the flank. Meanwhile, big DAC push here on the opposite side of the map. So concurrent engagements. Looks like another incendiary bombing run. Dodged by the bazookas. Thank you, Curry. Matilda was in a good spot, but now you see the tungsten rounds from the Panzer III. Oh, these bazooka squad's gonna take a bunch of damage. I thought I heard a walking Stuka for a second, but I must have been imagining. Matilda actually fends off that charge from Teal, but not before yielding the fuel here. A second Matilda in the build. Red finally getting his tier 4 out.
Your territory shortly.
Liberator, I do not know what a hype train is. I'll be completely honest with you. Man, these Panzer Grenadiers have been doing a lot of work for blue. Forcing the allied players off, really shaping the engagements the way that he wants. Another NPC assault coming in. E3 is going to move up here to try to, again, farm some veterancy. Purple on the flank here with these sections. Now the Matildas come in. This is a nice little pocket collapse. Artillery coming in as well. Wow, and teal force all the way off. Blue comes in from the side with the Panzer IV, but one's only at half health. The second one moving in, and the Matildas actually should be able to give that kind of a hard time. On the opposite side, Red is gonna, he's losing the fuel here, but he's gonna keep pushing. NPC assault times out, but two Matildas up here, and the ally is gonna, looks like they'll have the triple cap on, which that's actually really dangerous for the Axis players who are down to, at the triple cap, down to about 2.5 minutes of VPs left.
We do not hold any victory points.
Oh, okay. Hype train, bunch of subs, thank you. Yeah, I don't spend a ton of time on Twitch. But I appreciate that. Here we go. Strafing run from the Bersaglieri. Wow. It does a ton of damage to one of the Matildas. P3 now pushing. Tungsten, even with the tungsten round, it bounces. Now both Panzer IVs going to join the fray here. You got to be careful. You see the flank from Red's bazooka squads. One Matilda could go down. And it does. Quick salvo from the P4s. Oh my goodness. The Zooks coming in on the P4. Matilda taking a ton of damage. And wow, nice. I think that was attack round through smoke by Red to knock out one of the Panzer IVs. Liberator, thank you. We got the hype train going. I appreciate it, guys. Nothing like a St. Patrick's Day hype train. He was well known for his love of trains and beer. It should be a hype snake, right? Mark, it's crazy that Purple... Yeah, he's able to recover a little bit. It definitely helps one Brit unit scale really well, but the Matildas, he did a really good job of holding onto it, and Red has done a fantastic job maneuvering to support him. Oh, now we're seeing the M2A1 howitzer from Red as well. That is a super, super powerful late game unit against some of these, I'm going to say blobs, but static weapons, team weapons, troop concentrations, especially with free fire, which he has enabled, so it'll do some free damage of its own. Wow, look at the incendiary bombing run. Oh no, these rifles between the bombing run and the naval. Oh no! One rifle squad goes down. The other two barely make it away. Hugh Hunter loses his 6-pounder. Oh, the big Bersaglieri push. Gammon bomb from the foot guards. Oh, even with the flames on the Gammon bomb. Red has no tanks. Yeah, none. All infantry. P3 is challenging the Matilda here. The NPC assault comes in to try to help. Oh, this Matilda is done. Oof. Look at that turret flying across. That's pretty sweet. NPC assault suppressed by the flak furling. Couple big grenades come in. P4 takes a ton of damage from this Zook blob from Red. Yeah, that's a very, very unfortunate retreat path. The double flames through the naval warfare and the incendiary run. Oh, but the flak takes a couple of big hits, but all those DAC armory upgrades allow it to survive. Bersaglieri force off. Purple trying to force his way out of his base here. these bursts getting gunned down as they soft retreat. They're eventually just going to go straight back to base. Stolen MG42 suppresses the Grens, allows Red to hold on to his fuel just a little bit longer. The Panzer Grenadiers, bundle grenade. I like the placement, but well dodged by Purple. Does matchmaking pair ATs? Arranged teams? Yes. But, well, it doesn't, as far as I know, it does not prefer arranged team versus arranged team. I don't know if there's an ELO adjustment or how it does it, but it's still kind of opaque. There's been nothing in the notes about any of it. I love this. The flames balanced out by the healing from capping the, or decapping the points there. This Flakverling is probably the only reason that Teal is in this game, with just the flood of infantry from the Allied side. These P3s. Oh, wow. Big bazooka salvo. Look at this blob. Rifles sprinting and try to close. Unable to do so. Bazooka's trying to find targets. And now Red is off the field. Munitions cache for his howitzer, though, to that'll speed up the reload time for sure. Oh, yeah. Here's the crocodile. If there's a hard counter for Bersaglieri, it is the crocodile. Yeah. It's... I'm not crazy about the blobbing. Sometimes it just kind of happens. Oh man, the naval hits on the retreat path. Bersaglieri unable to finish off the shock troopers. But look at this Axis armor here in the middle. Allies have both fuels though. We're finally going to see first vehicle from Red here. He's getting a Hellcat out. Croc pushing the center. Axis down to 100 VPs or 100 tickets. All right, looks like both sides getting ready for a major push here. Oh, Axis potentially going to get the triple cap on here. Panzer Grenadiers flank the MGs, and if they focus fire, one MG42 cleared. The Brits going to push through the center. Q Hunter. Oh, wow. The foot cars do a lot of damage to that P4, but the Brumbear's here now. Whiffs its first shot. Oh, Q Hunter loses an infantry section to the P3 swarm. Bersaglieri supported by 3 Panzer IIIs and a Flakverling. This shock section is almost certainly done. Now let's see if Teal swings. There's a Hellcat here. Does a P3 find it? P3s find the Hellcat. They roll straight into the base. Hellcat is done. Allied infantry with bazookas returning the base as fast as they can. Wow. Big salvo from Red's bazooka teams. Artillery cover called in. One P3 gets knocked out, but as long as Teal can maintain sight... Oh, big hit. This is going to be a dangerous area to pass through. That's why I like the artillery cover ability, because it's powerful, but you have to maintain sight for it to work. Man, I feel like Purple has just been abused. Constant 2v1s. Oh no. Flakverling barely skates away from the NPC assault. And this Croc here in the middle, it's just not going to hard counter anything that Blue has. It's almost like the Croc really needs to be over here working the Bersaglieri. I think because incendiary bombing run kind of whiffs. I think the Panzerjäger anti-tank Overwatch is also well balanced because it functions the same way. You have to maintain visibility for it to be effective. So Q100 now teching grants. Again, I like that choice just because of the ability of grants to deal with mass infantry like this, but man, these P3s, especially supported by the Bersaglieri, and now they get the med truck has a healing aura because it's got Vet 1. The Zooks were shooting through smoke. Take a second here, look at the armory upgrades. Yeah, vehicle survival, tungsten rounds, emergency repair kits, rapid advance, advanced field repairs. The only thing that we don't really see is the spotting scopes. So those DAC vehicles are fully maxed out. Another P3 coming in. This is going to continue to be really difficult to deal with, the massed mediums. Which, to be fair, is kind of the meta at this point. Oh man, one Zook squad almost annihilated. Brock actually penetrating the Brumbear from the front with relative ease. Hellcat hits the field now. And now the Axis team has both of the fuels. Brumbear takes a couple of big hits. Zooks continue to push, supported by the Hellcat. MG bunker back here. Kind of far back, but I don't hate the thought process. Zooks do a bunch of damage to it. Now the P3 is on flank. Knock out the howitzer. And continue to work on the munitions cache. Hellcat and Croc swing over to try to help, but... Oh, these Panzerjägers. Annihilated by the foot guards. It's a good pickup for Purple, but what he really needs... Oh my gosh, just the DPS from the Bersaglieri blob. It's insane. No, and I don't remember seeing Armored Reserve, so I don't think we're going to see a Tiger. Not going to see a Tiger from Teal. Maybe from Blue. Oh man. One more hit on that Hellcat. Oh wow. The strafing run, Italian Combined Arms strafing run gets the Hellcat. Now, P4 and Brumbear on the rear armor of the Crocodile. Another incendiary run. Crocodile forced back for repairs. Brumbear, even with the deflection damage, doing a ton. P3s smell blood. Another Hellcat pops out. With the Zooks there, the P3s have to respect it. Brumbear, Shattered Will must be on cooldown. Oh man, that rifle squad takes so much damage. Brumbear snared. And the allies really struggling to shove the way out of their own base now. This Brumbear may go down to the massed Zooks. This is, okay, so this is attack move from these Zooks. You have to tell them to attack. If you use attack move, they'll stutter step and won't shoot. Now, in the middle of the naval war for bombardment. Oh no. Oh, only a single bazooka soldier gets out of there. Oh. Well, that was not what Red needed. Down to 2 rifle squads and 1 Zook squad. Allies just trying to get control over their cutoff at this point. Scouts squaring off with MP40 Grens. They're going to lose. Axis about to get on the triple cap. Well, actually, I take that back. This infantry section doing okay against the Staatstroopern. Blue thought about the P4. Now he's got the Tiger out. Another Grant. But the Grant's not going to be able to handle 4 P4s. Grant annihilated. Another strafing run coming in from the Italian Combined Arms. It does a lot of damage to lighter skinned vehicles like the Hellcat. Oh man, these foot guards knocked out as well. Hugh Hunter down to just a sapper, a section. Oh, what was that? Oh, these P3s run down the section. More Hellcats on the way. But I think this one is firmly in Axis control. Tiger still kind of just taking its time getting up front. Oh, that must have been the munitions cache going up. That looks like a crater you should see from the V1. Maybe like a little bit bigger. That going for a walking Stuka. Allies trying to grab one of the VPs. Naval Warfare Barrage comes in. Oh, fortunate retreat pad, not through the flames. Yeah, Panzer III Pro Plus. Yeah, you might as well call them Panzer IVs, but they're faster and with more health. Looks like the Allies are still going to give this one a shot here. Yeah, P3s, especially because they're so fast. And none of these guys have the pistols either. Hellcats on the way out, try to pick in a fight with the P4, immediately find the Tiger. The Hellcat's like, oh, nope, not supposed to be here. And that's another strafing run coming in. One Hellcat goes down, the other one barely escapes. Oh, these rifles. Force away, just too much armor here. I don't think the Allies, they have really any options to get back in this one. P3s find the Grant. Grant knocked out. Looks like they're going to swarm the Croc here. And that's going to be it. Community dump. Yeah, thank you, Brood War. That's exactly what that was. Wow. So German steel. Yeah, so I hate that it immediately kicks you out to the screen. I wish we went back to the endgame screen. Trying to look at units here. I mean, so this is pretty easy. Getting into kind of the build order. Das Auto. So obviously Red, he leaned hard into the advanced infantry. The only thing he really didn't do, he didn't actually use the Rangers, but he used the NPC assault. He also didn't use the forward med point. I think if you don't plan on having a forward retreat point, the designated assault position is better because it allows you to, like at a time and place of your choosing, buff all of your infantry attacking a specific spot. So that's what I would recommend if you don't think you're going to use forward retreat. Ended up building 4 rifles, the 3 Zooks. That's not bad. One thing to keep in mind, and I forget where this came up. This is something that I learned the other day. So Paras obviously are better with the MGs, but if you're late in a game, if you're airborne, you're late in a game against DAC, and you're dealing with all these vehicles, because your Zook squads will actually bleed quite a bit. Paras with Zooks and the improved rockets, they're just a little bit harder. They have more health. If you go ISC, they get the additional durability, right? So 6 models, they're less likely to just get wiped, and drop models, they can hang in there a little bit longer and do some damage. You guys saw just how effective those Zooks were until they got wiped out by the naval warfare. So the Zook squads are doing some work. Looking at Blue's build, pretty decent tier 3 build here. Those 2 Panzer Grenadier squads did quite a bit of work for him in the mid-game. Stoss Troop and late. Naval Warfare. It can be tricky to make a Naval Warfare work, but I thought he did a good job with it. Vehicles, P4s. I would have gone Brumbear first, then P4s. The Tiger at the end was just icing on the cake. For Q Hunter, I think he needed another infantry section at the start. Yeah, and Liberator, the Paradrop Reinforces is also very powerful for the airborne guys. For Q Hunter, I think you need a 3rd section. If you're not going to get... The Stewart was an interesting choice. I think I would have personally gone Humber. because of the buffs to the infantry with the flare, the ability to hunt down the flak-filling, etc. I like to see 2 sections or 2 sappers into 3 infantry sections and then the shock troopers out. The shock troopers, I think about it like this. If you want to play heavy with infantry as the Brits, choose a Canadian shock battle group because it provides a lot of passive buffs to your infantry. You don't have to use the shock troopers. The shock troopers themselves can be good. Like a couple of shock sections with Piats would have actually gone a really long way towards dealing with some of those light vehicles. But they start to struggle and bleed a little bit, especially as the DAC vehicles kind of level up. The mortar can be really good. I think the mortar is better against team heavy weapons build, team weapon heavy builds like Wehrmacht. No, I think they have fixed that bug, Blender, because I'm pretty sure the Stuart Commander does buff infantry appropriately. Shock Trooper Piats are better against DAC, in my opinion, because one, they're almost a guaranteed hit, and 2, there's no like smoke trail, so sometimes it's not always apparent to your opponent that their vehicles are even being shot. Plus, the shock troopers are so chonky; they can kind of like hang in there and eat shots. They can stand in against units like Bursas for a little bit and get a couple of hits off. The problem is the way the DAC armory upgrades scale. That mean that you really need. You're kind of, if you let DAC at critical mass with vehicles and infantry to support it, you're kind of screwed in the late game. Because if you want AT guns, the Bersaglieri just clear them. If you go, light vehicles, the P3s shred them. If you go heavy infantry, the flak filling shreds them. So they can kind of get you into a dilemma. Hey, what's up, Skeng? And then I think Q100 was really just on the back foot. This is, in my opinion, this is what makes 2v2s can be fun and frustrating. If you can set up a 2v1 and wipe someone off the map, you can really alter the balance of the game, even if it would otherwise be a close game, right? So when the Axis players doubled up on Q Hunter several times, Red tried to help and did a pretty admirable job of getting on the flank, of taking map control, but it was the unit composition damage that really did the allies in. The grants at the end of the game were a good idea, but at this time it's a point of like a mass issue. All those P3s versus a couple of grants. And the Churchill Crocodile, it's great against massed infantry. I almost think he would have been better off using the Churchill on that western flank to anchor against the Bursas. Vice trying to push through the center with it. Use it as your anchor point. Use the Matildas and the Grants to kind of deal with the P3s. He had the foot guards late. Foot guards are good, but I think where it was, spent too much time kind of turning and rotating and trying to figure out where to be. And then lastly, looking at the DAC build here, really Bersaglieri heavy. Only 3 squads, but used well and kind of in a blob with the Bredas, they can become really difficult to deal with. The Crowd System was eventually knocked out. The flak filling did a ton of work. That suppression is a really good way to corral Allied infantry, especially Brits in their current state, plus with all the shock buffs. Then these P3s, the fully upgraded, I think Liberty called them what, the Panzer III Pro Plus, or like you're going out to buy a car and like this is the Type S Panzer III. Yeah, it's they're nasty. They're so fast. They're so durable. With the 2 health upgrades, it's an extra 120 health. That's a full main tank gun round. So, yeah, the Panzer III Swarm really effective, especially when microed well. And then Walking Stuke at the end of the game, but it was kind of out of reach at that point. So, well played, both sides. I really, really thought the Allies had it there for a long time, but then the Axis were able to kind of get their feet under them and snowball a little bit. The red player, fantastic advanced infantry play, but look at this KD, man. Look at that. That's insane, right? Like a Ranger battle group, it should be flipped, right? You should have like 1, maybe 2 Ranger squads, and they should be mowing everything down, but they should be really hard to use well. I think it's just the way the battle group's built out encourages you to blob with rifles, blob with the NPC assault, and you just get these like Soviet human wave style KDs. So really, really pretty nuts there. Okay. that is all I got for that game. Pending any other questions, I'm checking real quick. I think, oh, the last name, Blender. I've yet to see a croc make a huge impact in a game. I think the croc can be a little bit of a trap, just a little bit. It's really good against infantry, but it's not super AT heavy. Like it's a tank, but you pun intended. It's like a damage sponge, and it also deals well with infantry, but you really need other vehicles or units around. So when it's solo, it's ineffective. I think that's like the general rule for heavies right now in CoH3 is solo or unsupported, they get abused. And so a lot of people get that heavy out thinking like, yeah, this is it. And it's not gonna do it for you. Okay. I've got a couple other replays that we can call up here. So I'm going to take a short break, top off on beverages, and then we'll queue up another one. Thanks, guys. Hey, thank you, Brood War. And Blender, yeah, Pershing. The Pershing, it can get beat up, right? A couple of martyrs will do a lot of damage to it, but Pershing is super, super strong. Come on. Come on, Company of Heroes. Let me out of here. There we go. All right, let's see. a lot of custom games in here. Here we go. I got this one. Another Stefan JF game here against our French compadre Myron Bra. See, we are on Crossing in the Woods. All right. Yeah, this map, I want to see how these guys play this particular map. I played a couple times in 2v2s. I have not played this 1v1 since Company of Heroes 2. So, nice 1700 elo game here. Yeah, and let's just kick this one off. All right, we've got in blue playing Wehrmacht U, Myron Bra, UMB going double Pioneer, infantry section or infantry company, excuse me, confusing Wehrmacht and Brits. And then for Stefan, we see just one scout. New tagline, going barracks, and then UMB locking in Terror Battle Group and the invisible MG42. These are apparently extremely unbalanced on this map because of the camouflage and the ability to just completely control parts of the map. So I know I used this as a lead into my previous cast on Crossing in the Woods. Or maybe it wasn't Crossing in the Woods, it was on Angeville. Really interested in how the invisible MG42s are managed. Again, people that watch the channel be like, you said that last time and then they didn't even use them. Yeah. Well, I can't make the players build MG42s. So, and just paying attention a little bit to how the capping orders are going, right? So Stefan throwing his scouts on the periphery here, rifles up through the middle. And then, so both players kind of playing a little bit respectful, focusing on their own cutoffs for now. Yeah, Kurhi, I'm back. Little Stefan JF UMB game here. Got Grenz on the flank. Now, first MG42 out for UMB. One thing I have noticed, I feel like the camo makes it both more user-friendly, but also a little bit more micro-intensive. Because like the DAC infantry with the espionage battle group, you still have to tell it when you want it to shoot, otherwise it waits until it is spotted. But then it gets the ambush bonus, which is just nasty. Stefan hitting him with the good luck, have fun. All right, now a Jeep. Stefan locking in armored with Vet 1. War Peace. All right, here we go. There's first rifle squad forced to retreat. So sorry, War Peace. I'm looking at your message here. You prefer the Flame Mortar Canadians versus Terror, and then not much use against DAC because PS2 slow. It can be slow. All right, Jeep hunting for that MG42 finds Pioneers and a Gren squad instead. The Pioneers, you got to remember the SMGs on these engineer units actually do a lot of damage because of the sheer quantity of ammunition they shoot. Look at the damage to the Jeep there. Now, only rifles got the close range penetration buff. It doesn't apply to the SMGs, but a lot of damage still. Well, interesting. Stefan's going to repair right there. Rifles hopping green cover. Meanwhile, Stefan pushing the opposite cutoff. And so we have like a perfect 50-50 map split at the moment. UMB 2 Grens now has got a second MG42 coming out. And Stefan taking one of his rifle squads on a little bit of a long flank here. Jeep kiting at range. I love this. MG was visible, now is invisible. Big burst onto those rifles. They're in green cover, so they won't be suppressed, but they will take a bunch of damage. Thank you, Kurhi. nice maneuver with the rifles. You see Stefan's got him kind of all over the place trying to manage these MG42s. Meanwhile, UMB grouping... Oh! UMB loses a Pio squad to the scouts. Most of attention focused elsewhere. Rifle's probably going to bleed a little bit on this retreat path. Another MG42 gets a long burst off. And UMB already teching into Luftwaffe company. Oh, that's something... This is really unusual. Hold on, I'm going to just pause this for a second. I didn't realize this, but because this point here does not provide any connectivity, Stefan JF, by capping this point here and then decapping this, actually cut off UMB's fuel. That was wild. I didn't know that about this map. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know it's mainly because I'm dumb, but I want to bring it up. And then now we also see the Jeep dropping a 1919 in base. That's a Vet 1 ability and a mortar. Well, he probably just built the mortar from the barracks, but being able to drop that MG. Now, Stefan also really, really solid mortar play. The Jeep back out on the field finds this MG42. MG42 just takes a bunch of damage and then absorbs Vet 1. Finally forced to retreat. Backup MG42 though, not even invisible, just out in the open. Forces away the rifles. Jeep's going to be in need of repairs again. Stefan going for medical in base. We see a 221 coming out now from UMB. Oh, these... I say the scouts pick up another Pio squad. That'd be wild. Gren's push across. The 1919 refaces, but they should be able to hop into green cover. Oh, these poor scouts. Scouts drop smoke. Forces the MG to back up. Mortar in support. Jeep still machine gun hunting here. Catches MG42 out. I love this as a way to deal... Oh no. The Grens whittle away at this 1919 crew. Oh, barely going to get away. Rifles come up to support. 221 finds the Jeep. That is a mismatch in favor of the Wehrmacht. And the Jeep pathing's got to be really deliberate to avoid... Fortunately, the Grens force a retreat, but the Faust from the Grens. Stefan going mechanized support center, and he doesn't have grenades, so there's no real counter on the field to this 221. Oh, good mortar play forces away an MG42. And I feel like Stefan's done a decent job with map control, but UMB's been able to hold on to his fuel. Yeah, I never noticed that piece of it before, so first scene for me. 221 immediately starts to whittle with the 19. MG42 set up that ambush bonus. Look at the AoE suppression on those rifles. And now Jaegers with Shreks out for UMB. And now tier 2 officers quarters coming in. But Stefan, he's going to counter cap, and UMB going to react. I love this smoke to conceal the unit as they decap. UMB is going to use his grins to focus on the opposite side. 221 has gone for the kind of the communications relay upgrade there. I forget exactly what it's called, but it allows you to just kind of see through fog of war, which can also be really helpful in determining where to position your MGs. This MG42. And the rifles in green cover there could actually chip away at this MG. But the sheer DPS from the G42, from the Jaegers, and the 221. So Stefan JF going for a motor pool. Again, I think this is relatively standard for USF against Ver at this point. Rifles in a motor pool, especially with armored, the ability to kind of get those get the vehicle buffs, cost reductions, and some of the late game armor, basically the Easy 8 and the Wrecker. I'm glad to see that Stefan JF has unlocked the Wrecker. That's very important to me. I like the 1919 covering. The Grens try to flank but can't. 221 is going to back off. Greyhound. Oh, the rapid production from the armored battle group. Greyhound's on the field with Vet 1 already. And players trading their plus 10 fuel points. It's worth noting the Vet 1 selection for Stefan JF for the Jeep allowed him to drop mortars and machine guns with munitions not capped. But the Greyhound does have the Raider ability to facilitate the decap. So there's a lot of strength here for such a highly mobile unit on a map like this where decapping can have huge implications for resource control for your opponent. I wonder if he's gotten the captain. Yep, he's upgrading the captain now. That'll also help using the Jeep for the map hacks. Super powerful. Yeah, and so now with the Jeep, he's going to see. It's really funny because both players using recon vehicles to spot the other side's units. The second squad of Jaegers at the field. They're upgrading a Shrek now. This Greyhound potentially in some danger. Nice flank coming in from Stefan. They get a Faust off on that Jeep. Yeah, Stefan forced to back up. So UMB is going to take control of the center despite the cutoff play from Stefan JF. 1919 suppresses the Grens on their push. 221 in a position to do some damage to that 1919, but the damage reduction is so strong. I like the smoke from the Jaegers to allow the Grens to get to the cutoff and break suppression. Jaegers with Shreks. Another rifle squad out for Stefan. And now we're going to see BARs rather than additional light vehicles. So Stefan really going to lean into the infantry to kind of counter the Jaegers, which I think when you see the Jaegers with Shreks, it's not a bad decision, but the rifles definitely need BARs to do that effectively. But UMB, great control here through the center. It's capping up this entire opposite side of the map. He's cut it off. So things really leaning the way of the Wehrmacht player here. And now we see support elements coming, so I expect we are likely to see Horrible Winds and Martyrs here shortly. But these Grens very low health. Could start dropping models very quickly as the rifles advance. But only one. Ooh, Airburst Barrage. Just a little bit aimed at the wrong point. But I've seen Stefan use that ability with disgusting precision in the past. Yeah, that's the thing. The Jaegers, I know they've got Shreks, but they still have tons of anti-infantry DPS. And Stefan is going mechanized support center. I think those are the armored skirts on that Greyhound. Stefan's going mechanized support center, so you're not going to see the survivability upgrades or the advanced logistics. Actually, nice push here. UMB forced to retreat pretty much all the way back with his infantry. That gives Stefan a chance to consolidate here. Yeah, use this Greyhound to decap with the Raider ability. And look, he's going for this this really creative fuel cutoff again as well, using the mortar smoke. And the cutoff play on this map is really something else if you've got the micro and the awareness for it, which both of these players do. Now we see a Whirlwind on the way out. Oh, Airburst Barrage coming in on the MG42 team. It immediately retreats, takes a ton of chunk damage. Wow, the scatter on that last round. One model barely gets away. And UMB completely cut off from his fuel as Stefan goes to pick up this +10 fuel point. But now we see a big push coming in. Here's the Whirlwind, supported by infantry on the flank. Riflemen immediately retreat. Well, Stefan JF immediately gets a Chaffee, which is exactly what he needs to counter this Whirlwind. MG relocates. Oh no, the Chaffee. 2 Shreks come in. Big hit. Machine gun forced to back off. Greyhound on the flank. It eats a Panzer Shrek round as well. And these Jaegers taking a ton of health damage, but not dropping any models, not losing any DPS. And just like that, Stefan is off the field, and these rifles in danger of going down if the Whirlwind pursued. Mortar goes for another cheeky airburst barrage, but it's just a little bit off target. Meanwhile, this Chaffee, I like, this is a good repair point to set up from the Mechanized Support Center. Chaffee off for repairs. Man, these Jaegers are just rolling around with impunity. Look at the DPS from the 4 models in each squad still with rifles. That is nuts. Stefan recovering his cutoff, so he'll still have some fuel coming in. UMB is countercapped the opposite side, so really interesting. Early on, we saw the game kind of split in one direction, you know, north-south, and now we're seeing it split east-west. Chaffee's almost back to full health. Yeah, the Jaeger, even with the Shreks, are still very, very capable infantry. And Americans without elites like rifles will struggle against them, I think. If you get Rangers, you get Paras, you get SSF, they'll eventually outscale Jaegers with Shreks, but regular riflemen will struggle. Chaffee going in, gets 1 hit off. A 3rd squad of Jaegers on the field. They don't have the Shrek just yet, waiting for it to pop. Couple nice hits in from the Chaffee to force the Whirlwind back for some repairs. And it looks like Stefan, UMB missed an opportunity to harass this fuel, and so Stefan's going to go back and try to grab that northwest +10 fuel point. I love this. The Greyhound decapping these points. And UMB, now he's going to change out another Gren squad for a Jaeger. That's so many Jaegers on the field. I'm actually kind of shocked we haven't seen the Flak 30 yet. And UMB has used nothing from his battle group besides the Invisible MG. Something like Contempt for the Weak or No Quarter could be really, really helpful based on how he's playing, just giving passive buffs. Oh, 221 caught by the Chaffee. Chaffee unable to get a second shot off, and now Jaeger's pursuing. Greyhound takes some damage. Looks like both players gonna swap here. Oh, I like this double rifle push onto these Grens. Yeah, they opened up this pathway here. Oh my gosh, this Jaeger blob rolling up through the center. This Jaeger squad doesn't have a Shrek yet. MG42 here, but Stefan just now teching grenades. So these rifles, he activates Port on them, and they're actually doing good damage. The squad that's in green cover. Oh man, the Jaegers just blobbed up through the middle. But the rifles pick up this MG42. If they actually steal it, that could be huge. Stefan finally gets grenades. Greyhound trying to support the rifle squad here. Oh my gosh. The Whirlbull plus the Jaegers, that 4-man rifle squad. Little bit of a whiffed grenade. The Chaffee comes up to try to support, eats 3 Panzer Shreks, immediately goes down. Stefan does manage to steal an MG42, and with these scouts is capped up the opposite side, but he's got a Whirlwind on his doorstep and no hard AT to deal with it. And now these rifles on the flank potentially in danger. I think he thinks about setting up MG42, decides against it, goes for the retreat. I like the soft retreat path over here first, but man, oh no. That MG42 gunned down, that rifle squad also gunned down on retreat. Base MG is unable to suppress in time. UMB is going to recover that MG42. Greyhound going to decap the cutoff here, but Stefan now firmly on the back foot. He doesn't quite have... Yeah, he doesn't. He's 2 minutes away from enough fuel for a tank depot, much less an actual tank. He's got the VPs to potentially go for the Easy 8 call-in, but it's so much more expensive. Well, UMB just banking CPs for himself here. Yeah, only one Pio, so repair's going to take a while. UMB is floating some manpower, so you could potentially see a repair bunker here. Might not be a terrible idea. The Jaegers with the tier 2 officers quarters of veterancy are just nasty. All right, here we go. It looks like no quarter unlocked. Oh, UMB going for a 5th Jaeger squad. Oh man, I think it was rather Splendid Cromwell that had the video about the anti-everything units and the problem with them, and this is exactly it. Like, why do you need to build anything else when you can just build Jaegers with Panzerschrecks? They eat up light vehicles and they eat up infantry. And Americans in particular don't have any non-doctrinal lead infantry. And even then, only about half of the doctrines provide some sort of lead infantry, right? So if you want to play heavy weapons, you have to make do with rifles. If you want to play armored, you have to make do with rifles. Jaeger Battalion in Whirlwind, yeah. This is the Wehrmacht's famous reconnaissance and anti-aircraft division here. These Jaegers hilariously just standing just out of range, not capping that fuel point there. Now, I happen to know from talking to UMB that he does not play with the TAC map. So his ability to do all of this, you know, it might look a little blobby compared to some players, but to control all these different units without a TAC map is really impressive. But you would pick up something like this if you're playing with the TAC map quite a bit more. Oh. And the airburst barrage doing a ton of damage to the Jaegers, forcing them back. Brood War, the Jaegerschrecks might have a tad too much anti-infantry with the retreat bonuses from Terror Battle Group, makes them even nastier. Yeah, my biggest issue is that because it's only one model that gives over to the Shrek, and their G43s are so strong, that it's not really a trade-off. It feels like a straight upgrade to give them a Panzerschreck. And the Panzerschreck does the same damage as 2 bazookas and better penetration. Which, like, if you want to talk like real world, then that's fine, and I understand that. But it can make for frustrating gameplay when you just see the same unit spammed over and over again. All right, so Stefan's got an M1AT gun out, and I understand why. But this is also problematic when you've got all these Jaegers that can just very quickly clear that AT gun. Wow, that Jeep, the sudden acceleration there, I thought thought he was warped a little bit. Greyhound finds MG42 on its own, forces a retreat. Nice mortar rounds coming in. Yeah, Blender, I agree. There needs to be an answer for USF to have some sort of artillery in their roster. I know people say the Air Support Center, but especially in like ones, I feel like infantry or mechanized support centers are almost required for viability. LMG rifleman squads. I mean, they could maybe do another doctrinal unit. I think if you want to make USF mobile and assault oriented, then maybe you... Oh man, the Shrek just smokes the Jeep. We'll talk about Mochi. Bring it up after the cast. So we'll talk about USF infantry and the potential answers there. Well, AT gun gets a couple of nice shots off. UMB has done a good job keeping the Whirlwind in the fight, even though it's not at full health. I like the smoke onto the Jaegers, and then the mortar barrage coming in. Rifles forced to retreat, but the smoke should help them from a little bit of the damage. Another rifle squad to replace the one that was lost. Oh my gosh. This Jaeger blob. Nice grenade. But just look at that. Like, does a bunch of health damage, but no models dropped. Oh man. Rifles taking a ton of damage. But I love the mortar micro. The airburst barrage forcing the Jaegers to constantly displace. These MG42 though, these riflemen are pinned. Alright, so Stefan has unlocked the Easy 8 production. He's about a minute's worth of fuel away from the Easy 8. Oh no, the Greyhound. Hold fire, man. Hold fire. Oh, it looks like it's just barely going to get away. AT gun getting absolutely smoked at range by the Jaeger rifles. Wow, completely decrewed. Oh yeah, that's right, the Jaegers get camo. So Stefan goes for a stock Sherman instead of the Easy 8. Rifles pick up, oh, sticky bomb onto the orbital, but the AT gun round shot through smoke misses. The Sherman has arrived, focusing on the only Jaeger squad without a Panzerschreck. .50 cal upgrade, and I like this because for the USF, so many of their vehicles now rely on the MGs for DPS. You really need to focus on those upgrades. Yeah, I expect to see a KT here shortly. He's basically waiting on CPs. He's got a ton of resources. And his infantry are not really bleeding, even with 5 Jaegers on the field. The 2 MGs, the Jaegers in general, very hardy. Hey, Terpene. Oh, this Greyhound is... Oh, one of the Shrek shots misses. And Stefan uses Seek and Destroy to help his Greyhound break contact. Expensive, but it will save the Greyhound.
They've captured a victory point.
Oh, so that's interesting. So Nath is saying that the Jaegers need the camo ambush bonus, the accuracy bonus they get from it, to have acceptable Panzerschreck accuracy. That makes sense. And that's a good way of thinking about the impact of the game mechanic. Yeah, I feel like... Actually, Brood War, I like that idea. Oh, KT on the field. Stefan Jeff responds with, oh, sad face. Wow. All right, so Sherman picks up a Jaeger squad. The one without the Shrek. UMB's KT kind of hanging out in mid. There's really nothing available for Stefan to counter this. BAR engineers. Scouts smoking the VP. KT's just gonna push. Big hit on the rifles. They immediately need to leave. Whirlwind on the flank. And those rifles take a bunch of damage as well. KT now, oh my gosh, immediately decrews the mortar team. That feels about right for KT. Yeah, KT is a little underpowered at the moment, but he is very much on the back foot. Stefan, the way you beat the KT is you force it to be a panic button, and I think in this case, this is UMB kind of flexing a little bit. He's in such a good spot that he can afford to get it. Yeah, the Jaegers counter everything that you might need to kill the KT, whether it's AT guns, they just immediately decrew, Hellcats, the Shreks smash it. Everything is good when you're massively ahead. Yes. Yeah. And then, yeah, the MG42s, triple vet, invisible MG42. I think Stefan is at his best when he's got a mobility advantage on his opponent. And the MG42s on this map do a great job of limiting rifles' ability to move around. Look at the KT just bouncing those AT gun shots, which it should. That's fair. The gunner is apparently brand new, though.
Tools down. Repair work completed. Give him an answer, boys.
It also, the KT doesn't... Oh my gosh, that's a huge shot. Those rifles. Done. I feel like the KT doesn't vet up as fast as some of the other late game heavy tanks. Like I'm used to seeing like Black Princes hit Vet 3 really fast. The Pershing hits Vet 3 really fast. KT is at Vet 1 now, but it really relies on Vet for some of its combat durability. Yeah, okay, thank you. Hellcat on the flank might be able to pick up this Whirlwind here. One more shot. There it is. So Hellcat knocks out the Whirlwind. Yeah, I agree. The Pershing hits Vet 1 super, super fast. Brood War, I like your idea of making the Jaegers a 4-man squad. And then you add a 5th man if they get a scope G43, but if they stay Shreks, they stay 4-man. Is there either that or just adjust their durability down like they did with SSF, where they lowered their health so that they actually drop models? Because part of it, if you have more models but lower health and they actually drop, then you can inflict some manpower bleed if your opponent takes bad engagements. Sherman smokes the KT. I love this play here. Stefan is just so good at making use of all the abilities his units have. Meanwhile, you see UMB queuing up 2 more Jaegers, and I think he has accurately diagnosed the problem here, and the answer is more Jaegers with Shreks. I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more Jaegers. Sorry, no thumbnail for this one. No meme thumbnail for this cast. Yep, Blender. Yeah, that's also true too. Sherman going for a little bit of a base inspection here. Trying to at least knock the veterancy off of this MG. Hellcat, I think he meant the Hellcat to be by the other point to be getting repairs. Yeah, mortar was decrewed again. And now the Sherman's going to get away, just the lack of mobility of the KT. Yeah, my co-caster is extremely frustrated by the durability of the Jaegers, as you can hear. So I was, if you guys saw the posters that Rather Splendid Cromwell made to promote the tournament, in a couple of them he actually has my pup as the driver on the Sherman, which I thought was a really nice touch. Snare coming in, actually not even going to do that much damage on the front armor of the KT with the Vet 1. Oh, those rifles. At least the models were spread apart, so the rifle squad survives. Another rifle squad on the opposite side goes down, however. Traded out for a Jaeger. Oh, wow. The Hellcat gets on the rear armor and gets away, but the Panzerschreck here, oh my gosh, is it going to escape? No, it pauses. It pauses for just a second. He had it. He had it away. Oh, man. 2 Hellcats knocked out. The 221 killed by the Sherman and the Greyhound. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of the additional damage on the rear, but you see it a lot more in ones than you do in team games. Oh, the Sherman. Fortunately, the Panzerschreck goes the opposite direction, so the Sherman escapes. I like the idea. I have some, I've been hinting at it. I have some other ideas on how to balance the vehicle play, because it seems a little bit out of whack at the moment. Oh my gosh. KT fully repaired. Stefan, all that work. There's 2 dead Hellcats for this KT to be back at full health. He sees it and just immediately. One of the things that I find Stefan obviously really impressive. One of the things I love about him is he's always having fun when he plays. So he definitely rewards when the other players make good plays. He lets them know. He seems to just generally be having a good time. So I think he's definitely a huge like fountain of positivity in this community. AT shrugs off an AT gun shot here. This Vet 3 Sherman and the Vet 2 Greyhound. Stefan, the micro has been fantastic. Oh, I'm surprised those engineers weren't dead trying to repair that Sherman under fire. Yeah, SSF and Paras at comparable vetency can counter Jaegers, but even then it's not. I think Paras are better than SSF, although SSF just got a health buff, so who knows. KT chunked down to just a fraction of health, but gonna be able to back off. Oh my gosh. This Jaeger blob here in the middle. Nath, I feel like rifles need the ISC. Oh, I like the grenade. MG42 knocked out. But this is dangerous because with those Jaegers there, they will probably just decrew the MG42. He's going to... Nice coverage of the 1919. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly, because USF, and this is, I promise we're going to talk about it after this game. It came up before you joined the stream here, but talking about how to fix the USF infantry problem. The recon loiter from the ASC or from the from airborne would definitely help with the invisible MGs for sure. Oh, it's the AP rounds on the M1 are helping the penetration. Oh, but the Jaegers. Oh, they pick up that 1919. They blow it up with the Shreks. Whittling away at the crew here. KT back on approach to the center. And Stefan just holding on by grabbing VPs. Oh, that M1's too far up. Hellcat moves up, but 2 Pio squads are parrying the KT. Alright, AT gun cleared. Sherman, wow, that rear head, that did a ton of damage. Oh, that's the leaflet drop. I was gonna say V1 wouldn't have a flare like that. Another rifle squad knocked out by the KT. Oh man. Well, if UMB has been using the KT well to try to hold this center. Double Hellcat again. I think we're gonna see Stefan take a shot here at the KT one more time. Scouts in front trying to make sure that these Hellcats don't get found out. Yes. Yeah, you're right on the cutoff piece there. More Jaegers from UMB. And why not? What else should he build? Another Whirlwind? Oh, those engineers in the middle, most certainly going to go down. AT guns, Hellcat's diving now. Stefan has the munitions for something like Seek and Destroy. The Sherman may go, the Vet 3 Sherman, no, it's going to get away from the KT. Hellcat's on the rear armor. Oh my god, shoot, bro. Oh, and he's able to rotate the armor away, make him side hits. One Shrek knocks out a Hellcat. Rear hit, one more shot, but the Hellcat won't live long enough. A valiant attempt. Jaegers use their Shrek to knock out the MG42 team there. Yeah. Nath, I'm going to ask you about, as soon as we close up here, I'm going to ask you about your approach to playing the map for everyone else who's watching. Oh, this AT gun. The poor crew. Immediately knocked out. And yeah, this game has been on the back slope for a minute for Stefan JF, but I think we're about to see the end. He throws the GG. AT gun destroyed. Yeah, almost for Stefan there. He, a couple times tried to pull it back. Yeah, that one was nuts. Upgrade the armor in the WSC mechanized support center. Oh, of course it kicked me out of the game here, so I'm not positive he did the improvised armor. He was short on fuel for a lot of the game, so I think unlikely that he got that upgrade. He invested quite a bit into his infantry as well with the BARs. Yeah, the V1 and leaflet drop on the middle, if you have the KT set up there, that can be really, really tough too. Okay, so Nath, if you've got a minute, you said you're sold on playing this map vertically because the mid cutoff is tough to deal with. Can you, if you can explain what you mean there by playing it vertically? I think I know, but I don't want to guess for you. While he's doing that, Tevry best recon loiter helps. Recon overflight only removes stealth as it passes over the unit and gets reapplied immediately. Okay, so the airborne recon loiter would be better than the ASC recon overflight, is what you're saying there, which makes sense. Okay. Build order for this one. For UMB, I mean, you can see it here. 2 MG42s, 2 Grens, a couple of Pios early into Luftwaffe Company, 8 Jaegers. And he only had 5 on the field at any given point, but that's an insane amount. And then when you get the officers' quarters veterancy, you basically, they come out vet 1 and the veterancy scale so much faster. Oh, my sweet dog. 221 scout car, flak panzer, and King Tire. That's all he needed. This is the definition of the anti-everything problem is Jaegers with Shreks. Okay, so going back to Nath. So both sides have the cutoff on mid. Both are highly aggressive because there's a movement sight blocker between the cutoff and the fuel. Pretty much iffy defending it. But if you push the opposite fuel, the cutoff is next to the VP. So it's a lot easier to defend. Okay, so you're saying play across the river because it's easier to defend that fuel than play on the same side of the river because that cutoff is easy for the opponent. Okay, that makes sense to me. Yep. Yeah, there's no red cover in this game, so roads and rivers are safe. The other thing, so I pointed it out about halfway through the cast. There is a way you can cut that off, but it requires you to cap 2 points. Stefan actually did it, which is pretty impressive, but yeah, that's a good approach. So everyone from Nubius Nath here, who's a much better player than I. If you're struggling with crossing the woods, think about playing across the river for the fuel and then pushing into the middle rather than playing along the river. Let's see. Daniel, does anyone still use Italian coastal? I feel like they've been forgotten. I see them a lot in team games. I don't see them as much in 1v1s or 2v2s. There's a guy goes by Dance Fucker Dance that I think only plays coastals, and he's very, very good at it. I have one or two of his replays that I've casted at some point somewhere in my channel video history. So if you want to see them, the problem is like coastals themselves aren't very good, so it becomes like Sim City. They just build bunkers everywhere and they choke you out. And so when you do it well, they can be really capable, but it's frustrating to play and frustrating to play against. And I have never figured it out. You play coastal with Grens. Yeah, I could see that. For Stefan JF, really, it's very interesting to me that he only went one scout squad. I think he decided he wanted to use the early Jeep as his other recon unit and use the rifles to cap, and he made it work for a decent proportion of the game. I thought his use of the Jeep to handle the invisible MG42s went really well. He got a mortar out. As usual, his mortar play was on point. With the Jeep Vet 1, you can drop MGs and mortars, so he never needed to build a WSC. He was able to drop a 1919 build mortars from the barracks. Then he went motor pool, Greyhound, AT gun, Chaffee, and then into tier 4 and got more AT guns later. Looking at vehicles, he made one Sherman, but man, he made that thing work. That unit was fantastic. Greyhound did great. I also want to point out, because he went armored, he got Vet 1 right away. He chose Raider, which allows the Greyhound to decap points. Not capture, but decap. So that's really helpful on this map too. You can grab cutoffs. For Hellcats, we saw 2 attempts at the King Tiger dive, both very, very close to success, but just not quite enough. The Chaffee was good early at countering the Whirlwind, but then just got smoked by the Jaegers with Rex. My dog is losing her mind. Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, all right. I think we're good. All right, Tevery says coastal without coastals can be a surprise for the opponent. Since you play against standard Ver, and then all of a sudden half the map is bunkers, Obiche bombs you. Yeah. Yeah, coastals are just worse than Grens. I agree. And Nat says you can grab a coastal mid to late game just to spam bunkers, but typically Grens are just better. Merge is broken, and the AoE healing. Yeah, Grens are really, I think Grens are really strong. Across the board, I feel like Vera has really good infantry, at least against USF. Rifles need a lot of investment to play well. Panzer Grens will beat rifles. Jaegers will beat rifles. Stas just laugh at rifles. This is the problem that we were talking about during the cast, is like USF no elite infantry without a battle group, and no non-doctrinal artillery either. And so I think it kind of sometimes the USF infantry either feel overwhelming or underpowered. Like there's no in between. So you can go SSF commandos, which are good but come out super late. You can go paras, which are very strong infantry. Paras don't really have downsides, I don't think. You can go rangers, but they can bleed. DAC is like that too, but the Panzer Grenadiers with the 6-man and the veterancy upgrade and the LMG, I think they scale really, really well. And I forget who brought it up, because they're like a long range unit, they're less likely to bleed and get clumped up. So like assault units, they clump up, they scale fine, but they can get beat up in close range. And so the DAC Panzer Grenadiers, as long as they maintain their veterancy, they do okay. The problem with DAC is the same thing. You get late game, you need infantry. A Vet 0 P grad not going to do anything for you. A Vet 0 assault grad not going to do anything for you, so you're kind of screwed. USF, I feel like, is in the same boat. When you need late game infantry, unless you have the right doctrine, you're just screwed. And even the Rangers at 500 manpower and all short range, yeah, late game with no veterancy, they're just gonna bleed. So I don't honestly don't know the fix there. You could make Rangers non-doctrinal, but like then it would immediately change. The advanced infantry battle group would need a whole rework. Yeah, I feel like if you play the meta, they're basically there's an optimized build for each one of your opponents, right? So like when I play USF against DAC, I typically start weapon support center, MGs and Zooks. When I play against Bear, I start barracks, rifles and mortars. Yeah, Rangers just haven't been the same. It's because they bleed now, and they have to approach the enemy. They have to get in close to be effective. And then when they vet up and they have a bunch of different weapons on them, they are nasty, but there's no like middle ground. Paras are tied to a battle group. I feel like with the way the campaign is built and the fact that this is supposed to be like Italy, North Africa, you could probably get away with making SSF commandos available at tier 4. I think that could be really cool. Then you have a late game tier 4 unit, kind of like Stoss, it's elite, that helps you scale. Again, maybe the advantage of the special operations battle group is that you get them earlier, but 3 CPs right now, it's kind of nuts. All right. Let's see where we're at. I think I have another 1v1 replay that I was saving up. Yeah. Yeah, I've got one more. So, we'll load this up. I'm going to take a minute, and it's now the afternoon. So, we're going to do a beer. So we'll pause up here. I'll be back in a minute or two. I'm gonna kind of refresh the glass, check on the dog. Thanks to everyone for chatting in the conversation. This is a lot of fun for me. I get a maybe put a health buff and captain from the IC as global in the HQ. It's kind of thematic that USF has no non-doc elites. Everyone's still green, and DAC has no non-doc elites. Everyone's a veteran anyway. You know what, Tevri, I think you're largely right. Right, if you think about the Italian campaign, in reality, the U.S. elite infantry in World War II were either airborne, Rangers, or the SSF commandos. So they're all doctrinal. Like there was the 10th Mountain too, which I think could be cool, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes a little bit of a struggle, especially when, it's a little bit of a struggle. The advanced infantry from Wehrmacht really creates some problems, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think the support centers definitely need a rework. But okay, I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll kick off this next cast. All right, I'm back here. Mochi, if they add cavalry riflemen as a non-doc unit and have weapon upgrade, my only issue with that, and I know they did it in Code 2, cavalry, typically the riflemen that are in cavalry units are not as proficient infantry as the riflemen from light units. So it would almost want to be like the other way around. Right? So I know that was kind of a thing, is like a gameplay thing from Code 2, but I think you would get even farther away from the lore, the history, so to speak. UMB, okay. Yeah, I'll check my email here. Also, UMB, we just watched your game against Stefan JF. So nice little push with the King Tiger there. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of messages in Discord, but I have not been paying attention to Discord. Sorry. All right. All right. This one we've got. Oh, first off, cheers, St. Patrick. And then we'll kick this one off here.
Section CP right there. Make it snappy.
So, in blue we have Skeng playing Brits, getting a second sapper, going for a section command post. In red we have Nub playing Wehrmacht, immediately going Luftwaffe, dropping fall piles, getting infantry company out. Why can I not remember the name of this map? This is like the classic CoH3 1v1 map, and it is I can't remember what it's called right now for some reason. But initially I thought this was like supposed to be kind of like Langres or Langreskaya from Co and Code 2, but then when they brought that one back, I was like, well, maybe it's different. So interesting dropping the fall pyos here. When I talk to, because I need a lot of help with my 1v1 gameplay, so I talked to Orange Pest about how he thinks about playing this map, and his general approach is like for red, for Nub to focus on this side and play through this center position here, and then for Skeng to play through this central position here. And then once you get your base, you kind of harass. So Skeng is ignoring that, and so is Nub to some extent. We see Gren's out now. Skeng going double sapper into Dingo. And the sappers are really strong. I actually really like this with the Dingo to counter the fall pyos, because they do a lot of damage, but at range less likely to penetrate the Dingo, and you can beat them up a little bit in terms of manpower early. Now Skeng getting a section. It is worth noting he has gone for the shock battle group, and now you see the Dingo diverting over. Gren's going to hop in this garrison, which I think is smart. Skeng's going to take the time to cap up the fuel and the VP. Infantry section hits the field as a new fall pyo squad drops. Interesting. So it's worth noting, Nub is not using the fall pyos to be super aggressive in terms of like map presence. And so if I get a chance to talk to him about it, I'll ask him kind of what his thought process was here. Obviously they're good, again, like glass candy units, like really high DPS, but they will drop models. I know the Granat Buxas got buffed, so it's possible that he wants to lean into some of those changes. In this garrison, I think these guys are going to do a lot of damage. I don't think that particular garrison is tall enough for the height advantage bonus. I think these Grens just outside the max range profile for the Sten gun on the sappers. The close range where they get a lot of their damage is at 10 range, so I think it's like right about here. Now the fall pyos are back. Other thing worth noting, fall pyos can get veterancy, basically vet 1 from the tier 1 officers quarters. like the Grens, but at Vet 1 they get like Airborne Spirit, which is a passive healing buff, which is super strong for map presence. And again, I think it's another way that an Axis player can maintain map presence against the allies early in the game. And so you see that officers' quarters coming in with some of Nub's early fuel. The other thing is Fall Pyos start with Minesweepers, which can save you some munitions and a lot of headache. So Skang's going for a mortar here. I think that makes sense. Fall Pyos tend to be slightly more static. Interestingly enough, he knows he doesn't have to worry about invisible MG42s, just regular MG42s. So sappers force the Grens away before the fuel is completely captured. And you saw, because this point will basically decap itself on its own, the sappers could focus on pursuing the Grens rather than fully decapping the point. They can wait for it to neutralize on its own before trying to cap it back up. But worth noting, Nub has had good fuel control. Oh, the decap, the shock benefit kicking in. So a little bit of forward healing should, well, I'd say should save him from having to build a medic tent, but he built one anyway. Another infantry section on the field. Oh, this granat book's pretty decent damage to the Dingo. And now Nub going for the Panzer Grenadier headquarters. He's got Grens on the cutoff here. Mortar barrage coming in just a little bit off target. Oh wow, this infantry section really in danger of going down. The Gren's going to be able to fully decap that point. Sappers still healing a little bit. This oh man, that Granat Buxa squad doing a lot of work, and the Dingo needs to be careful now. See, Skang's reacting by going for the Vickers to try to control the crowd of Axis infantry. Yeah, with these Grens here, you can also merge into the Fall Pyos if you need to keep the falls of their weapons on the field. And this is smart because that Granat Buxa can't shoot at close range. So the Fall Pyos either have to target something else. Oh wow, direct hit on the Dingo. Dingo needs to get out of there. That's one way to counter the grenade launchers, is to close at short range. So the Sappers should be a fairly decent counter to the Fallschirm Pioneers with the grenade launcher if you can get up close. Now Fallschirm Jaegers dropped, and this is an aggressive drop, and Nub really in the driver's seat in terms of resources, map control. He's got the triple cap on, which is going to start to have a big impact. And also worth noting that Skang has not gotten his platoon command post out just yet. Dingo, very, very low health. But Skang does succeed in regaining control of his +10 fuel here. And he's got sappers in the middle to deal with the triple cap. Yeah, I see a second Granat Buxa squad on Fall Pyos. Now, this is something I see Nub try a lot of different builds. Hey, Armand. And so he's not afraid to try goofy things. Oh my gosh, look at the the trajectory. How long until this round comes in? I guess... it eventually landed. That was like a solid 15-second arc. That was crazy. Oh. Man, that Vicker is just getting beat up by the GB39s. Oh. Yeah, we got people next door doing construction and my dog is unhappy. This is potentially really bad. And since the Fall Pyos have Minesweepers, these Pioneers can get upgraded with flamethrowers. A Humber coming out, but look at this flood of Axis infantry here in the middle. These sappers in real risk of going down. Man, those grenade launchers are like lasers. And Skang forced to drop all the way off the field, and these sappers actually need to roll away if they have any chance of making it home. Humber barely avoids the Faust. Vickers comes in. Now he closes. He could whittle down this Gren squad. Well, that's a big pickup because now there's only one squad on the field with a snare. And I can't believe this. These sappers just annihilating the Fallschirmjägers as soon as they land. Relic, please fix. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. Humber needs to be a little careful because that grenade launcher will do damage, but the fall piles retreat instead. Wow. I cannot believe that sappers just bullied Fallschirmjägers like that. Skang obviously concerned about the timing of vehicles, so he's got an AT gun coming out even though he hasn't seen anything. Nub, he could just straight up build a tier 4 now, and I think this is what we're going to see is him. Well, he's building an AT gun first, I guess. Try to deal with this Humber. Oh, Dingo calls an artillery on the garrison there. Yes, I love the Brit base artillery. It's so much more responsive after the patch. It just really highlights how much the US forces lack organic artillery. Now, I think in this situation, the Falls will probably beat the Sappers. Falls in green, well, they should be in green cover, but either way, they're not going to take any damage at range from these Sappers. And the Fall Pios are here to push the Humber back. Oh no, these Sappers. Yeah, now the Falls are going to pursue. Sappers gunned down. Humber tries to smoke. But Skang instead is going to use this to set up a nice little pocket. Well, his mortar has to retreat. Vickers facing the wrong way. Humber's trying to whittle away at the Grens. Oh, Dingo Fausted down. The Fallschirmjägers knock it out. Sappers close with the Falls. But the infantry section's here doing a lot of damage to these Fallschirmjägers, and I don't think Nub sees this. He finally does. But they don't focus fire on it. Satchel comes in on the section. Pack 40's been decrewed. Now a strafing run comes in. That's going to prevent Skang from being able to grab that Pack 40, at least for a little bit. The Humber comes up, and Humber could potentially smoke off this MG, although I think the smoke's still on cooldown. Vickers moves up. If you can't shoot down airdrop units or the planes, then this Bren section actually might trade okay with the Fall Pios. Oh, the Humber could clean this up. It actually spins around. Pack 40 decrewed again. Fallschirm Pios knocked out. Suddenly, Skang has gotten a couple of big pickups and flipped this back around like crazy. I like this. Immediate recrew and merge. Oh my gosh, but the Vickers, the Humber with the marking flares clears the Pack 40 again. Fall Pios on the flank. And now the Humber, oh no. Well, Nub finally, he gets to play in reverse. The Fallschirmjägers Faust the Humber and then recrew the Pack 40, knocks out the Humber, but not before Skang did a ton of damage. Has started to recover around the map a little bit. Skang's gotten a couple of wipes and has been able to totally flip, and somehow VPs are actually in Skang's favor. And he's about to get a triple cap on here. Nub takes a little bit of the pressure off by capping the far VP, but a Bren section arrives. Now, Skang's got 3 of the Bren sections, as well as infantry training. And then with some of the buffs from the shock battle group, these Brit infantry are going to scale really, really well. These Fallschirmjägers hit Vet 1, but interesting strategy leaning on the Fallschirmjägers. Gren's decap the middle, but then get forced away by the Vickers. Bren section in close. Oh, apparently that's within the minimum range, the arming distance of that grenade launcher. Yeah, and that's about right. Fallschirmpios look... Oh, the Vickers is not faced the right way. Both players now teching for tier 4 at the same time. That's crazy to me. Based on the control, I would have expected Nub to hit tier 4 way sooner. Skang really needs to upgrade grenades for his infantry because he's upgraded the flame grenades and the pyrotechnics. And so that really buffs the rifle grenades from the sections. But Nub has recovered this a little bit. Pioneers bled a little bit, but the Fall Pie was able to force away the infantry section. And so Skang is trying to stabilize here in the middle just a little bit. Oh, Fallschirmjägers find the MG out of position, but a lot of Brit infantry start laying down fire. Flamethrower arrives for the sappers. Grenade onto the Vickers. Not enough damage. Oh, yes. Brood War. Exactly right. Probably the only good play I've ever made in this game back when the US Air Support Center was good. I called in a dive bomb run when I saw that Fallschirmjägers are being dropped in, and it just was timed exactly right so that the Fallschirmjägers landed, became uninvincible, and then the dive bomb dropped and wiped the squad. But yeah, having the sappers stand there and shoot the falls as they arrived is a really smart play. Alright. Yeah, the double Bren section, especially one triple vet, sitting on this cutoff, the fall's just gonna bleed here. Yeah, I'm just still waiting for Skang to upgrade the grenades. And then the other thing is, you know, against Luftwaffe, obviously there's the loiter that you got to contend with, but the Axis vehicles are limited to P4 and Brumbear. You're not going to see a Panther, you're not going to see a Tiger or KT, and the Brit late game armor is more than capable of dealing with those problems. So I think my guess is the longer this game goes, the more it actually favors Skang, especially now that he has evened out some of the VPs and then the fuel control. Guards hit the field. It makes sense based on the fact that he's got a little bit of spare manpower and he's got the infantry training. Oh, I wonder if we're going to see a crocodile. He's just unlocked it. He's still kind of a long way out, but very infantry heavy play here from Nub. Oh my gosh, look at the KD. I just noticed the 61 to 34. I feel like a lot of that was decrewing this AT gun over and over and over again. So P4 rolls up, supported by a Pack 40 and some Luftwaffe infantry. It's funny that the flamethrower also gets an additional debuff thanks to the shock battle group. Yeah, there's a Pack 40 here, but there's nothing for it to shoot at. Skang briefly thinks about, I think he had a Matilda queued up. Now he's gone for a Crusader. I think that's the smarter choice. The Brit Crusaders are really, really nasty, and they're so fast. Foot guards move up. Think about dealing with this Panzer IV. It's a good thing the foot guards can't get the upgraded bazooka rockets that the Americans can get. That would just be broken. But Skang applying a lot of VP pressure, about to get the triple cap back on. And at a triple cap, Nub's got 3 minutes of tickets left. Now, another Luftwaffe strafing run coming in on the Vet 3 Vickers. It does just a little bit of damage, but it's already retreating. Nub able to countercap this Western VP, but the Crusader arrives, and those fall pyos, even at Vet 3, not really able to do much to the Crusader. And I think Skang can get really aggressive with this. Wow, they're just not taking much damage, though. I think those are still merged like Grenadier models, which is wild. Yeah, man, the Brit infantry just scale so well. With the Brens, with the infantry training, now the Crusaders here. The P4 versus a Crusader is weirdly kind of a fair fight, depending on the micro of the user. If you upgrade it to the Crusader 3, I think it favors the British tank. Pack 40 in the rear is helpful. But yeah, Crusader doesn't do a ton of damage to the P4. Pack 40 forces away 2 big hits. Oh, P4 gets a big hit off. But the 6-pounder is right here ready. Oh, not enough time for the foot guards to get a stagger shot off. Skang building another 6-pounder. Nub floating a ton of manpower. I kind of wonder why he finally goes for Luftwaffe reinforcements. So he's got the manpower cheats. I wonder why he doesn't go for an MG42 here to deal with these Brit infantry. Skang refits the Crusader 2. He's got enough for the Croc. And there it is. And the Croc will have no problem with the P4. And I think, again, when you're up against Luftwaffe, the P4 is the hardest thing you're going to deal with, right? So a Croc is great. It's really hard to kill. The gun will still penetrate the armor on the P4 just fine. You don't have to worry about a Panther or Tiger. And the flame projector will deal with the Pack 40 fairly easily. So I like that choice from Skang, and then I would back it up with some additional Crusaders, maybe Grants. Tevery, that's a great point. The C2 and C3 in a heads-up fight against the P4 will lose, but I think with the mobility, it just becomes such a menace. You can maneuver it around the P4 and end up winning the fight. So I agree with you. Oh, this Fallschirmjägers, oh my gosh, getting melted, literally. Oh, the follow-up tank gun shot does not do it. Here comes the loiter, no Polston to save Skang. Wow, the Churchill takes a ton of damage from the 2 P4s. The 6-pounder's doing work. Another loiter pass on the Churchill. Oh no. Croc could get knocked out here. 1 AT gun decrewed. Croc annihilated by the double P4s. One of the P4s is critically low. Smoke operation called in just a little late to be effective. Unfortunate loss for Skang there, and that gives Nub a huge opening back into this game. Blender, I promise I've seen a croc do good things. Oh, foot guard's doing a lot of work. The stagger shot. Oh, from downtown, the 6-pounder gets the kill on the P4. Fallschirmjäger is unable to knock out the foot guards. And now the Bren section comes in. Oh, for a second, I thought I heard the crocodile availability pop up, and I thought, did he really get another croc? No, but it looks like he's going for, is that a Matilda? No, it's another Crusader, too. Hey, Relic, why can't we use doctrinal graphics for the units, huh? So I can tell what is the difference between a heavy and a medium tank. Just saying. They don't ever played the air war game airland battle. That's the best thing. They use NATO graphics for the units, so you can just look at it and read exactly what it is. It's fantastic. Instead, I get lump with a gun. It's fine. Nub down to 100 tickets, but he had a triple cap on. Stosstroopin was kind of an even fight against this Bren section, triple vet Bren section, but now the P4 arrives, immediately knocks out a couple models. Skang finally teching grenades. The 6-pounder's got to be careful. The Stoss will just roll up and murder that AT gun crew, especially with only one model before it decrews. Nice flank from Falls. These sappers need to get out of there. It's a good thing neither side has access to a wrecker. There's a ton of vehicles here to be salvaged or recovered. Oh, couple of big hits. Stosstroopin, the merge from the Grenadiers keep the Stosstroopin in the fight. Crusader engine created by the Grenadiers. Preemptive grenade from the foot guards. Now Pack 40 moving up, but it thinks better of it. Vickers in place, triple vet Vickers. Vickers is going to suppress these falls, but they're able to decap that victory point. Nub almost has enough for another P4, but that's really, like, those are all of the answers. That's everything that he's got at this point, is just to continue to spam Panzer IVs. He could go for a Brumbear, but the Crusader, I feel like, will just make mincemeat out of it. Pack 40 smoked off. Alright, well, it's official. This game is already more than a 1 beer game, but I don't have beer here, so we're gonna have to wait this one out. These triple vet fall piles with the Granatbuchse are savage. Oh, that Crusader needs to back up. The Pack 40 in the back doing a ton of damage. And the Stosstroopin, oh no, the Vet 3 Vickers annihilated by Stosstroopin with Fallschirm Pilot support. Nice rifle grenade. Now the smoke operation comes in. Vickers recovered by the infantry section briefly. Oh. Hey, you know what, Relic? Thank you for this. Thank you that the debuff from the pyrotechnics also affects friendly units. There's not enough friendly fire in this game. I know people grief, but it is annoying to see units run through their own grenades, run through their own artillery. Stun shot onto this P4. Second P4 in the build. And Skang now really, really hurting for manpower. Oh, foot guards take a big hit from the P4. Crusader back to full health. Now the Pack 40 is camouflaged. Crusader can't hang out here much longer. I know it's trying to kill that P4. Oh, luckily that was a side hit, not a rear hit. Meanwhile, both players have split the flank VPs. As P4 is in trouble. Infantry sections move up. Oh. I like the rifle grenade on the tree path, but for whatever reason, the falls don't retreat through it. So a little bit of a missed opportunity. Stas take a bunch of damage. Pack 40 forced to back up. New P4 hits the field. And Skang has refit his Crusader too. Maybe we'll see another croc here. Another stun shot. 6-pounder just down. Oh, decrew down to single model. Oh no. Well, Nub down to just 12 VPs, but he's about to get the triple cap on. Skang just needs one more good push here. So 12 tickets at a 2-to-1 is about 36 seconds of game time. Thank you, Relic, for making the tick rate really easy to read. Falls with a little bit of an ambush bonus here. Rifle grenade forces them away. Man, that is a crazy explosive effect for a single rifle grenade. Just saying. All right. P4s. Oh, this might be a mistake. P4s are relocating to try to challenge this VP here. Meanwhile, Skang setting up for a much larger attack on the east side of the map. Sappers retreat, having grabbed this VP. Fallschirmjäger's in ambush position here. Will he set up the Vickers first? Alright, Falls discovered, Vickers being set up. Another croc. Alright, Blender, this is maybe third time's the charm. Alright, so this infantry section going to capture this VP. Foot guards push up, try to deal with the double P4. Croc still on its way out. So now P4 is rotating to the east. Croc very slowly making its way into the middle. Oh, these foot guards, they could be in trouble here. They're very clumped up. Oh no. Foot guards knocked out by the dual P4. Fallschirmjäger's not doing super well against infantry. We could see a sticky bomb come in. We do. One of the P4's mobility critted, but it clears the Vickers. The Croc focusing on the Stas troop and the infantry section here. They could go down as well. They do. P4 knocks them out. Oh no. But Skang has sappers on the other two VPs. He's got a brief. Oh, it almost triple cap, but he's got one. 6 tickets left for Nub. He's got a double cap. And that's it. Blender the Croc survived 12 tickets. Wow. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I felt like, yeah, I own the prize. Croc OP. I feel like Nub started by trying like a meme build with the Fall Pyos and the Fallschirmjägers, and then decided he still wanted to win, and so he kind of flipped it around. But the choices with the Luftwaffe like locked him into a certain path. Like if we look at his units here, 2 Grens, he really only wanted one. He obviously lost the one. 2 Fallschirm Pyos, 2 Fallschirmjägers, and then Stas trooping at the end. Just the 1 pack 40. I mean, pretty balanced build. The fall pyos with the granat boxes are just nasty, and then 4 Panzer IVs. Just yeah, that's just all he's got. That's all he's got at the end of the game there, right? And if you look at Skang, right, this is more. This is like a build that I'm used to seeing with the shock troops, right? So 2 sappers, 3 sections of Vickers. The mortar actually he got out early. Very helpful against Wehrmacht units that fight in place. Although you saw like no MG42s, right? So the mortar maybe not as helpful as it might have been if there had been more team weapons. A couple of 6-pounders, and then the foot guards at the end of the game there. The infantry training, and then the buffs from the shock battle group just allow them to scale so well. The biggest issue though with Skang is he waited so long to get those grenades. I really feel like, especially with the upgrades, the pyrotechnics, the incendiary munitions, they would have helped. Kept kind of changing his mind with the Crusader. The Humber had great play with the Humber before it got Fausted and then smashed by a Pack 40. Dingo early did a lot for him. The Croc, as you see, efficiency factor 0.44. Didn't do as much. Got kind of caught out. Combination of 2 P4s and a loiter. Did it. Yeah, I mean, he probably would have been better served with a couple of Grants. Or like 3 Crusaders with his infantry play. But, you know, it's still cool to see the Croc getting use, right? New battle group and everything. So some Piats protecting the Croc would have been better than the AT guns. Yeah, so the foot guards can at least snare with the staggered shot ability. The 2 AT guns, they were initially in a good spot. The loiter cleared one of them, and then the other one tried to turn and wasn't. The Croc's just too slow to escape from the loiter, and the loiter actually did a ton of damage. Yeah, when he was floating some manpower, like Piats, like sure. But towards the end there, he wasn't really floating much at all. So yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for sending this one. This is good. I don't know if I get any other thoughts here from the crew. But yeah. Okay, real quick. So I've got. Let me think. I think I have time. I think I've got time to do one more. But God, that was also a stupid long game. It was fun. All right, we'll do one more 2v2. So I'm gonna break my own rules. I'm gonna cast one that I played. This was originally, so I thought this one was kind of funny because I wasn't supposed to be playing computer games. I was supposed to be going to church, and then got talked into playing just one more game, and it took a minute. It's a long game. So a couple things. So I'm gonna go take a break, get another beer, and then we'll kick this one off. This is a 2v2. Me and Aries playing against Logan 5. He also has a channel where he posts Coming of Heroes content. And I'll stream. I don't know if they're an arranged team or not. But yeah, so we'll have this one up in about 2 minutes. I'm just going to go top off the glass and we'll go from there. Be right back. All right, I am back. Daniel, I just got your joke about RNGesus on your side. You are probably not wrong. But yeah, okay. So I'll try not to focus too much on what I did because I'm not as good as the other players here. But so we'll kick this one off. All right, I'm in blue playing DAC. You've got Ares and teal playing Wehrmacht. In purple, you've got Allstream playing USF, going barracks. And then in red, you've got Logan 5 playing Brits. Ares immediately locks in Terror, Invisible MG. I immediately lock in the Panzerjäger Command battle group. Because I like playing with it. I like the buffs that it gives DAC. It's not perfect, but I think it allows for some fun play, especially with like the mines. And some of the late game abilities. And then we're on Area Perennius, which is not a map that I play very often, because it becomes kind of an artillery fest. So we'll see how this goes. Ares is a guy I play with occasionally. He actually normally coaches me more in like 1v1s than we play together. But there was a lot of communication. And I think one of the things you'll be able to tell, like looking at the map, because our units will be kind of combined and mixed up quite a bit.
Panzer pioneers have taken the location.
So you see, neither of the Allied players have made their choices just yet. Logan going triple sapper. A 51-minute 3v3 at 1,000 elo. Isaac, if I had enough to drink and I had a co-caster or 2 or 3, then yes. The problem is I am not a good enough caster to keep the action from a 3v3 on camera, so I need some help. That's the long answer to your question.
Sonderkraftfahrzeug 250 reporting. Reporting. Laying mines here. Prep them. Contact! Get to ground!
So I'm going to focus down here a little bit. These sappers with the Vickers in support really do a great job of bullying Ares early. He's got these Grens, but like one squad of Grenadiers is not a good answer. And actually, so they're going to do some damage to this Vickers with the height advantage. You see him kind of sniping the models down. But Logan does a really good job of pushing with the sappers. The good news is I'm able to kind of cap up this +10 fuel. And actually, I think, so you would think this map would split along the river, but I think you actually see this kind of diagonal split far more often. Also, it's weird to actually watch this map in default view. Yeah, the problem is the sapper's sitting on this +10 fuel here. That is dangerous, and Logan is being very aggressive. Allstream using the stairs here to kind of push out onto the cutoff. I'm trying to counter cap with the +10 fuel here. So we see a lot of really aggressive early plays. Both teams trying to stabilize a little bit. Logan is locked in Canadian shock. Meanwhile, Allstream has gotten Weapon Support Center out. It is going for bazookas. And so I think that's his reaction to seeing a little bit of the mechanized play here. Got the 250 with the flamethrower in it. Ares going double MG42, and then Pioneers of the Flamethrower. That'll help him manage the garrisons. Oh no. His sappers just so strong. The Pioneers trying to whittle him down, but the sappers, I think both sides just end up gonna... Oh my gosh, the sappers win that. They're nuts. Grenadiers on the retreat path. Maybe Ares can punish this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. If the sappers get away. No, sappers get gunned down. Meanwhile, Allstream makes a good push. And essentially forces... Oh, Logan pushed all the way across to the sappers here, which is kind of nuts. Allstream has a good push, but we're able to hold on to this +10 fuel. The Zooks arrive. And I actually don't tech combat half tracks, which is a mistake. I realize when I see the rifles that half track is going to get knocked out, so I'll hop the pioneers out. This scout somehow gets away from the Panzer Grenadiers. Just really good RNG. These pioneers are eventually going to get forced off by the rifles, and the P-Grens forced off in the middle. So we are very much on the back foot, now down on fuel because Alstream's recovered this +10 fuel. Aries still kind of working his way out here. I decided to go into Assault Grenadiers to try to manage the rifles. Alstream goes Infantry Support Center, gets a 1919 out. Logan gonna start playing with some shocks here. Engineer sent my mine. I do love using this battle group to just lay a ton of mines down. Allstream throwing healing up in the HQ in a good spot. Right, so it can help his teammate. That's what you like to see. And now Logan is so comfortable. Now Aries finally recovering this +10 fuel, but Logan pushing all the way across here. Hey, thanks, KB. I appreciate you, man. Shock troops. Oh man, they get a Pia. And so the 251 forced to back up. Yeah, Daniel, no spoilers, but I do not choose the elephant in this game. I think the pathing would have just been a little bit rough for it. There are a couple spots where it could have been really helpful, but like maybe set up in mid, but with all the sight blockers. Oh, the Recce artillery coming in on this MG42. Let's see, the first round comes in. Oh, big hit on that MG42. Now push with the sappers. 251 hangs in there. Oh, wow, the artillery actually does some damage. Meanwhile, I lose the 250 up here to the Zook squad. Assault Grins get on the MG. But the Vickers support doubled up here. Oh, and then the Piat comes in. Wow. The tracker in the Piat knocks out the 251. And, yeah, these guys definitely have us on our heels. I can't even finish capping this +10 fuel when this infantry shows up. So initially I thought I was going to go heavy into like a mechanized company build with 8 rods, but then I realized I needed something to deal with all the infantry here, so I ended up going for a flak filling instead. P-Grens magically get suppressed by the Vickers, but they're able to clear with a machine gun. Excuse me, with a grenade. Grab the machine gun. But again, you see Logan being hyper aggressive with his shock troopers on that +10 fuel. Machine gun gets picked up by the sappers. I almost lose the P-Gren squad here. And this is just a really either a rough start for us or a good start for our opponents. And we're doing our best. You see Aries pushing up all the way here. We're doing our best to hold on to the fuel and harass. But Logan in particular is doing a great job being all over the map. You see him on the kind of the opposite side here. The arrival of the flak filling starts to flip a couple of things, but unable to pick up these wipes. And he gets a second squad of the shock troopers out, which is, it's a little bit aggressive from a manpower perspective. And we see Allstream has locked in heavy weapons. He's going for the assault carrier half track. Tevery, yeah, I've literally never seen a Vickers suppress that quickly. It must have been a range thing. My flak filling immediately hits a mine. I think, I didn't have the vehicle survival package upgrade yet, so that could have been really bad. This is kind of wild. So I thought, oh, they're because they're not in cover, that's why they're not taking extra damage. The flamethrower is doing some damage. Hey, Pancake, how you doing, man? Peagrams throw the bundle expecting the retreat, but Allstream reads it. And even with multiple Panzer Grenadiers shooting at these rifles, they finally retreat, but they do a lot of damage in the process. Now we've got a little bit of a combined push here in the middle, trying to pick up these scouts with these assault Grens. You've got a Humber from Logan harassing the MG42 on the opposite side of the map. But the biggest thing is, in general, we're really struggling to pick up squad wipes. Like, even this scout, I think, gets away. Which is wild if you think about where they were with only 2 models right here. Ares loses an MG42 to a deep diving Humber. Really nice play there from Logan. Already coming in on the flak for Lang. Now you see assault half track coming in for the Americans. Oh no. That artillery hits so close. It switches to the 75 mil. Flak for Lang pops smoke, takes a hit through the smoke. The artillery is still coming in, knocks out the flak for Lang. The Peagrams, though, are going to pick up this half-track with just their Car 98s. Which is a lifesaver. Yeah. Yep. Flak for Lang to the base artillery. To be fair, those changes were needed to make that artillery viable. Humber eats around from the Pack 40. MG42 doesn't have the white phosphorus rounds available to it, so the Humber going to get away for now. And we're really pushing on their fuel, both of their plus 10 fuel points, trying to kind of salvage this back. Flame Pyos gonna barely get away. Oh. And a mine, a well-placed mine from Ares knocks out the Humber. S-Mines going down on this plus 10 fuel here. The S-Mines are probably my favorite ability from this battle group. You know, the Regals are great. But the S-Mines, because they don't really give any notice whatsoever, they just hit so hard. The problem is he chooses to go around this way, and I don't think I force him to retreat. So they don't really do a whole lot. Assault Grenadiers hit the field, as well as Panzerjägers, but I'm still struggling as DAC, and without the flak for Lang, without the 8-rod, to deal with the US infantry here. Peagrams trying to use their Vet 1 ability on these sappers. They're slowed. Grenade comes in. Logan doing a good job just using all of the abilities of the battle group and all the synergy there to give Ares a really, really hard time. Assault Grenadiers move on to the side. Man, lots of mines going down.
We have lost control of a victory point.
MG42 suppresses. You got Assault Grens in mid. Try and not only stop the cap, but see if we can't wipe these scouts. So scouts knocked out. Middle VP is going to go back to the Axis team. We got Assault Grens here on this VP, unable to close off the captain. And then, yeah, these engineers, they find all the S-Mines and pick them up. So a little bit of a waste. Unfortunate, because I really love the S-Mines. So now you see tier 4 up from pretty much everybody. Actually, you don't see it from the American player. Or neither of the allies have their tier 4. They definitely had the fuel for it. Both Axis players have tier 4 up. The 50 cal comes in. Man, that thing suppresses so fast. Another half-track assault that the bazookas just smoke. If I really should have invested in the combat half-tracks with how much I was trying to use the half-track assault. The extra armor just goes so far in helping you deal with units like the bazooka. And it's worth noting, he only has the one bazooka squad. He just micros it very, very well. Ares going for 2 Stas trooping squads and tier 4 veterancy. Yeah, I think you're right. I think a flak for length. Now, I really thought he would retreat there, but he does not. I think that I really needed to rebuild the flak for length. Managed to wipe the bazooka squad. Ares making good progress on this side, grabbing this fuel. And then you see 2 squads of veteran Stas trooping and a squad of Panzer Grenadiers on the way. And so Ares is really going to focus on helping us get the fuel advantage. Now you see tier 4 coming in from the allied players as well. Yeah, I think you're right, especially against DAC. Ver have other options, but DAC really don't. Nice little HMG nest to cover the VP. I like this. So Isaac, I played the original Company of Heroes back, I don't know what, 2006, 2007, when I was in college. I got into Company of Heroes 2 briefly in like 2014, 2015. Played in a couple of 2v2 tournaments, and then I took a break really until Company of Heroes 3 came out. And I've been playing since it came out, balanced by, you know, life events and stuff like that. So a few years for kind of each iteration of the franchise. Man, that artillery is doing so much work. Logan investing, he already did infantry training and now team weapon training. The other thing that you see, obviously, you got Panzerjäger shooting at the HMG nest. I think I tried to smoke this with the Assault Grenadiers and generally just failed. Those Gammon bombs are really powerful from the shock troopers. Yeah, Mark, I agree. I really like the way they did the rank system. The other thing I want to point out here is just how much is invested in the tech for the DAC. So veteran squad leaders, vehicle survival package, emergency repair kits, etc. So a lot of my spare manpower is going into trying to help my units tech up. And I think it pays off towards the end of this game here. Pack 40 set up for Ares. A couple of Panzer Grenadier squads come in. He's going to try to knock out this HMG nest. But the allies are doing a great job strong pointing. Another bazooka squad comes out from Allstream, but he does a great job using it. Here come his rifles, and they're starting to cache up this fuel point. This HMG nest, look at the arc on it, it's so wide. And so I've got tier 4 out, and I could have gone for a Panzer 3, but I like to go for a walking Stuka. And I think that honestly, in 2s, especially in a map like this where a lot of the pathing gets kind of canalized, heavy artillery is super useful. The walking Stuka is still really good, even with the minor changes. And I think it's something that helps us kind of handle in the late game, because right now, I can tell you, having played this game, it did not feel like this game was under control at all. We have really good KD, but we're down on VPs, and map control feels like a constant struggle. Even though right now we've got 3 of the 4 fuel points, you see Allstream is recapping all of this, and you also look at his CPs, and I was doing a bad job keeping track, but you guys know what's coming from him here in just a couple of minutes. Again, Ares putting the team healing down in base sector. If you guys aren't doing that in 2s, you're missing out. Ver and USF, huge advantages in team games putting down a bunker with heals. So Ares finally succeeds in knocking out the HMG nest. These 2 shock troops with Piats are just problematic. Assault Grens, without the combat disembark bonus, just don't hit as hard as you would like. You see Port Autumn used here, those Assault Grens, big grenade, and they continue to take a lot of damage. Meanwhile, a parallel push here, P-Grens pick up a rifle squad, but the 50 cal really kind of does a lot of work. Walking Stuka comes in. Oh, Captain just smashed. But the 50 cal, smart play here, he advances with it, and so it only takes a little bit of damage. Panzer Grenadiers clear of Vickers. And then you see a Brumbear hit the field for Ares. But that 50 cal suppresses his entire infantry force. Butterfly bombs coming in, trying to drop them on this kind of critical retreat path. Logan loses a sapper section as well. Now the butterfly bombs don't arm right away, so the 50 cal is able to get away. This Brumbear, even with Shatter Will active, does a lot of damage to those shock troopers, but those Piats still are really capable and pretty much don't miss. Now a sticky bomb comes in. The Brumbear in serious danger. Yeah, Captain just got deleted by the Walking Stuka. Walking Stuka here, but still on cooldown. And the shock troopers is able to continue to push. That shot whiffs. And there's just nothing around. Everyone's coming out to try to save the Brumbear. And now the Zook squad coming in. Fortunately for the Brumbear, the Zook model is just a little bit squishier. But every Zook shot is somehow penetrating. And the Stostruppen, they do pick up the Zook squad on retreat. But in the meantime, Logan doing a great job of all this counter capping. That Rifle Squad made it through there. Yeah. I think, you know, if you're playing against DAC in this update with the Panzerjäger command as an option, you need sweepers out. And the engineers did get killed for Allstream, but he replaces him immediately, and it saved him so many times. It made it not worth it for me to use those mines. A good mine over here as well to force Salkrens to back off. Now a croc on the field for Logan. Hey, oh, Walking Stuka comes in. Rifle squad knocked out. So, 50 cal is going to get away. I didn't realize that Allstream was down to just 4 units at this point. I think if we had known, we would have pushed a little bit harder. Oh, that poor Gren squad melted to death. Pack 40 in support and actually doing a decent job penetrating. You're going to see double snare come in from the Panzer Grenadiers to crit the engine on the croc. So we do take advantage of Allstream not having the army composition a little bit, but now the Pershing hits the field. And it's funny because the croc is supposed to arrive before any other the heavy tanks, but Pershing hitting around the same time, kind of wild. And so the croc's going to be able to back out of this. Yeah, you see, he's able to find these other butterfly bombs. Panzerjägers go for a shot through smoke, but the croc's going to be able to back out. And now with the Pershing here, everything is on retreat. Oh, Logan loses an infantry section to the Stoss. P4 gets called onto the field, but the Pershing is so fast. He's just chasing down these retreating squads, doing a ton of damage. For whatever reason, he allows my Panzer Pioneer to live. Logan continuing to make great plays, pushing on the flank here. So Assault Grenadiers move up. Oh no, this Gammon Bomb. Assault Grens barely make it out. Brumbear focusing on the MG here and taking a bunch of damage. Shatter Will at least applies to the shock troops. Big hit forces them away. And then Walking Stuka comes in, focused on the Vickers. Forces retreat, does a lot of damage, only drops one model. Now, the Pershing is moved to the middle. Pack 40 cleared. The 50 cal in the back. Oh man, the Brumbear. Look at all that health damage, but no kills. P4 arrives, whiffs its first shot. Just trying to support. Pack 40 ends up getting picked up by the Assault Grenadiers. Walking Stuka Creeping Barrage comes in, but fails to clear the 50 cal. But Pack 40 forces the Pershing away. Yeah, the Pershing, I think I would rather have the Pershing over any other tank in this game. It is fantastic. 2 Pack 40 shooting at it, bounces about 50% of the shots. B4 forced all the way back. And just all that armor just bouncing all of those shots. Stolen Vickers about to go down to the 50 cal. Brumbear takes a shot. Finally clears the 50 cal. Look how fast that thing moves. 2 Pack 40s. It reliably bouncing those shots. At least the Brumbear bounces one of its. Heavy armor on the field. Croc now back at full health on the way back out.
We've done what we can.
Man, Allstream down to 2 rifle squads, an engineer, and a Sherman in the build. So I guess we weren't doing as bad as I thought. I thought the game was very much in the balance here. Walking Stuka Barrage comes in. Does a bunch of damage, doesn't clear anything. Deborah, I like what you're saying. So the creeping barrage following up the standard barrage, not doing any damage at all to these heavy tanks. P4 comes up and uses the pop smoke to try to save the Stosstroopen. Yeah, I agree. I like the Croc. I think it is balanced. I think it's powerful, but it's not over the top. I really like it. P4 and tank busters going after the Croc, doing some damage. Brumbear pushing it like a madman. You see a little bit of attack round here through the smoke. Actually gets credit for a rear hit on the Croc. P4 and tank buster try to move up on the Sherman. Assault Grenadiers tangling with the rifles, but Vet 0 Assault Grenadier is just not going to do well. Pershing low on health, but Vet 2 and on the flank. Oh, and this P4 is done. Croc on its rear. Pershing knocks it out. Tank busters forced off. Brumbear now retreating for its life. Walking Stuka Barrage comes in on the Brit infantry, trying to save the Brumbear. Forces a large retreat. If the Brumbear can get back, there are AT guns in support. This Brumbear at Vet 3. MG force retreat. Sherman has to back up before it gets knocked out. The urgent repair is going down. And at this point, PopCap very much in favor of the Axis. KT unlocked for Ares. I went for the anti-tank Overwatch. Allstream has the Black Dragon unlocked, and Logan just needs to close out smoke operation or assault operation for the Canadians. Yeah, Daniel, I agree. I feel like the Elephant, you could set it up here to try to hold the middle, but I feel like 2 Pack 40 is probably better against something like a Pershing. Well, I take that back because only about half of the shots penetrate. Every time it moves out here, Vet 3 If the Pershing picks up veterancy so quickly, more butterfly bombs coming in. See what those butterfly bombs arm. The AT gun is cleared, but not enough unis for the double snare. Pershing shows up. Panzer Grenadiers have to bounce. Panzerjägers, oh, they get caught way out of position. The Krok's moving really fast. But at this point, you can see from the map, we have basically 3 of the 4 fuel points. Getting really aggressive with assault grenadiers. Logan's going to make a big push here. A little bit of a misplaced Stuka barrage. Sappers leading the way with minesweepers. All of these mines not as valuable. Oh, they get set off with some explosives. And then the Krok here, double pack 40 in the back as well. Black Dragon artillery called in. On the opposite side, the Pershing forcing away all of these assault grenadiers. I love the Black Dragon artillery, man. That hits so hard. It looks great. Pershing wipes 1 squad of assault grenadiers. Is going to chase down these Stas troop, and there's really nothing. Walking Stuka. Oh, I say there's nothing. There's a King Tiger. Walking Stuka and Medtruck have to run and hide. KT. And misses a shot on the Pershing. The Pershing does not miss on the KT. But the Pershing's going to back off for repairs. And the Allies are recovering some of their map control. KT now doesn't realize it, but overextended here. Pershing reliably penetrating the KT. Walking Stuka barrage coming in support. In theory. Landed somewhere. 1 Pioneer squad goes down to the Sherman trying to repair the KT. AT guns from the rear kill the Sherman. KT thinks about shooting at the rifles, but the Pershing from the front is a much bigger threat. Rumbear shatter will on the rifles to try to keep them from being effective. Double pack 40. Now the Pershing has to back up. The rifle squad barely going to get away, but unable to kill the KT. A couple of decent hits onto the Pershing, but it's going to back up. And now KT in desperate need of repairs. On the opposite side, Logan 5 making a huge push into the middle. AT guns now out of position. Rifles knock out the tank busters. Rumbear rotates, but not before the shock troops knock out the munitions cache. Pershing continues to clear the pack 40. KT still on its last legs here. But AT barrage comes in. Some quick hits. Engineers taking a lot of damage while the rounds hit the Pershing and they try to repair. All the engineers knocked out. Assault grenadiers die as well. The Hellcat is going to eat a sticky bomb here, as well as a pack 40 round and die. This Pershing somehow, without vision, is allowed to survive. If we had just had 1 unit to provide vision, the anti-tank Overwatch could have knocked it out. But the Pershing's going to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Rumbear squares up with the Krok. And now you see the army composition. Everybody's running low. My forces are down to next to nothing. Allstream still has very little. Panzer Grenadiers clear a 15 CWT. Croc pushed back by a couple of Pack 40s. Pershing is back for repairs at Triple Vet, driving around like Vin Diesel from Fast and the Furious. It's a good balanced game. It was a lot closer than I would have liked it to be. But these guys played really, really well. I thought Logan in particular did a fantastic job of pushing constantly and keeping us off balance. And Purple used his units really, really well, especially the Pershing. Croc back at almost full health again. Foot guards harassing. Oh, the KT did go down. I missed that. Don't worry, another one has arrived. Walking Stuka Barrage comes in. Now a V1. Oh, this is a good V1 shot. Oh, Logan doesn't see it. He doesn't know where it's going to hit. Oh my gosh, that is the play of the game right there. Sappers, MG, and Croc all cleared with a single V1 shot. Vet 3 Pershing back up on full health. Tiger hits the field for the DAC now, and remember, I have a ton of the armory upgrades. This is Stas. So Stas assault, but they have a Panzerschreck, and so you see they're doing a ton of damage to the Pershing. Now the Tiger in support as well. And even a Vet 3 Pershing has to respect the Tiger supported by Stas with a Panzerschreck. Well, give it a minute, Armand. Because, I haven't built it yet, but give it a minute. Another Sherman out. And honestly, so I think there's a lot of like lack of information here. I don't realize how beat up Allstream's unit composition is. He doesn't realize how beat up mine is. I think if he had known, he instead of Shermans, he would have gone for Hellcats. The Walking Stuka, though, continues to just do work. There's an MG from Logan 5. I end up picking it up. Mechanized Company going down on my end. Another Walking Stuka Barrage comes in. Oh, a lot of damage, and the foot guards accidentally retreat through it. The final rocket clears the foot guards. Now the Vet 3 Brumbear shows up. And now you see the recovery vehicle coming out. More butterfly bombs coming in. Oh, the Pershing is engine critted, needs repairs, but double engineers on the way out. And the engineers spot the mines, so the Pershing and the Sherman able to start clearing the butterfly bombs. At this point, yeah, the Walking Stuka Barrage comes in. I'm trying to punish these engineers for having the gall to try to defuse my mines. I get a cruise shock on the Pershing, but not a kill. Tiger now pushing in from the side, supported by the KT. Like, this is terrifying right here. Those two units. This poor 50 cal hops in the building. Vet 3 Pershing comes up. The Tiger bounces its first shot. 50 cal machine gun knocked out. Now you see Hellcat starting to be built for all stream. Tiger and KT advance. Pershing just taking a lot of hits. Roll Halo theme. A 6-pounder sets up on the flank. Tiger immediately clears it with the help from the Stas Troopin. More walking Stuka coming in on the shock troopers. KT in a little bit of trouble. The Croc just bouncing the rockets from the walking Stuka. Tiger repairing itself. The KT getting repaired by the double Pyos. And now we're pushing to get the triple cap on here. Prioritizing VPs over fuel. Hellcat arrives. Oh, a couple of big hits from the Croc. Vet 3 Stas. And I should have popped smoke there. And I forgot. And we lost those Vet 3 Stas. Instead, we decided to bounce. One squad of pilots just gets vaporized. KT hiding behind the smoke. Backs up a little bit. Couple of attack rounds focusing on the crocodile. Oh, the KT is in trouble again. Pack 40's in the rear though, doing some damage. A second KT killed. Oh, rest in peace. Panzer Grenadiers in the rear, they're gonna get knocked out by these tanks. Pershing takes a couple of big hits from the Pack 40. Does get the final shot off to wipe the Panzer Grenadiers. Bounces 2 shots from the Pack 40s that would have killed it. But Armand, it's not the KT. Yeah, I should have played better with the Tiger. But now I have a crocodile, so... I should have repaired the King Tiger. A little bit of a missed opportunity there.
75 points remain.
Triple cap on. I think at this point, we've got this under control. We're getting GG in the chat from the other team. But I'm excited about having a DAC-powered crocodile. Oh, the Vet 3 Brumbear snared by the rifles. The rifles get annihilated by the Stas, but the Pershing doing a ton of damage. And the Pershing will clean up the Vet 3 Brumbear. Now, a stolen crocodile supporting pioneers fighting with shock troops trying to maintain, and then supported by the Tiger as well. The crocodile, because of rapid advance, can cap the point. Oh man, shock troops forced away. Meanwhile, big push in the middle here. Pershing and Hellcat, as well as another crocodile, but it gets knocked out. A second crocodile down. Tiger relocates into the middle. Tiger whiffs its shot, and that's going to be it.
Congratulations, Commandant.
So it only took 43 minutes, but I did recover a crocodile and use it against the Brits. So that's where we're at. All right. Sorry, Dolph, looking at your comment here. I think I'm going to keep running Panthers. Double Stummel with self-repair, point capture, and then Panthers out. Yeah, Panthers are still really strong, especially if you get a couple of them and you get the Vet 1, because they start to stack with each other. The Luftwaffe company build into Panthers, so Martyrs and Whirlwind's also really strong. That's a good build for there. Yeah, that was a pretty longer game. Hey, thanks, Panic. Yeah. All right. So, one more final shameless plug. 12 April. 12 April, we're running a 2v2 best of 3 tournament. We're going to do a marathon cast. So I've got some awesome people in support. Daniel D is going to help me cast it. I have got Orange Pest, Rather Splendid Cromwell, and Turtle War all lined up. Curry and a couple of guys like Duke Jason and Milkman are helping us run the tournament. So the goal is to do a single 1 day quarterfinal, semifinal, finals, best of 3 2v2 tournament, 12 April. If you're interested, this is the last week for signups. So go ahead, hit the link in the video description down below. Sign up for the tournament. The prize pool right now is at $500 plus whatever we get from viewers. That'll all go to the players that win or come close to winning the tournament. So we'll have a couple weeks of kind of prelim, like play-in rounds, and then one massive day of Company of Heroes 2v2. It's going to be epic. So thank you, everyone, for hanging with me today. This was a lot of fun for me. I hope you guys enjoyed watching all the games. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Can't wait to do this again with you guys. And then this Saturday, I think I'm going to help out with the Meta Plays 1v1 tournament. So looking forward to that as well. All right, that's it. That's going to do it for us here. Everyone, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see y'all in the next one.